Chapter 405, Techniques Are Useless. Seeing Violet Cloud's confident yet silent smile, Xiao Yueru grew anxious. However, she also could not do anything about this situation, so she could only return her focus to the arena. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was very calm, observing Violet Cloud. Previously, due to her anger over Nimble Snake's treachery, she had only glanced at the cleric, not paying her any mind. Now that Gentle Snow paid closer attention, she discovered that, although this little girl named Violet Cloud seemed like any ordinary spirited and harmless girl, she could feel a faint indescribable pressure from the girl. It felt completely different from the pressure War Wolf gave off. War Wolf felt more like a slumbering, feral wolf, cruel, domineering, and vicious. As for Violet Cloud, she didn't know how to describe the girl. This was the first time she had encountered such a feeling. Violet Cloud felt like the starry sky at night, silent, awe-inspiring, and profound. Just who is this little girl that Yi Feng brought with him? Gentle Snow was quite confident in the accuracy of her sixth sense. After she started playing God's Domain, that sixth sense had only grown keener. Naturally, Violet Cloud noticed Gentle Snow staring at her. In response, she only nodded her head lightly and beamed a playful smile at the snow goddess. Inside the arena, Shi Feng and Soaring Snake faced each other, both observing their respective opponent. Both were swordsmen, and the only difference between them was their level. Shi Feng was only level 22 while Soaring Snake was level 24. With a difference of 2 levels and Soaring Snake's grasp of the combat technique Omnivision that granted him insight far beyond the average person, the battle was definitely tilted in Soaring Snake's favor. Yet, even though the starting signal for the battle had already occurred, Soaring Snake remained motionless. He stood there calmly, without any apparent intentions to rush at Shi Feng. Soaring Snake, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Soaring Snake's hesitation puzzled his teammates. Usually, Soaring Snake was a battle maniac that would go into a frenzy the moment the battle began. He would never behave as calmly as he was now. Soaring Snake is certainly quite talented. War Wolf revealed a faint smile as he watched the motionless Soaring Snake. Big Brother War Wolf, what do you mean? Nimble Snake asked, confused. When in battle, one does not rely only on their physical prowess, but their mental strength as well. One must remain calm to obtain victory. Soaring Snake is currently adjusting his mentality, War Wolf explained. Indeed, just as War Wolf had said, Soaring Snake was not as excitable as he had once been. Instead, there was a hint of clarity in his eyes. Suddenly, Soaring Snake unsheathed his swords and, with a powerful stomp, dashed towards Shi Feng. As the first apostle of Ouroboros, Soaring Snake's weapons and equipment spoke for themselves. Of the 2 swords he wielded, one was dark gold ranked, while the other was fine gold ranked. Meanwhile, a large majority of his equipment was fine gold ranked. His gear was among the best currently available in God's Domain. Soaring Snake crossed more than 20 yards and arrived before Shi Feng in an instant. Immediately, he launched a rapid attack at Shi Feng. Soaring Snake had no intention of fooling around with Shi Feng. However, faced with Soaring Snake's bombardment, Shi Feng leisurely unsheathed the abyssal blade and the Purgatory's shadow. Leaning forward, he lightly swung his 2 swords and readied his battle stance. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena changed. Everyone shivered, goosebumps covering their whole bodies. What is going on? Gentle Snow could sense something from Shi Feng inside the arena. Who is this Yi Feng? Chao Qinghua watched Shi Feng with shock. Just by adjusting his stance, Shi Feng had managed to deter every one of his opponents, causing their hearts to beat madly. Suddenly, silence overtook the arena. Facing Shi Feng, Soaring Snake stumbled like a frightened bird, abruptly halting his steps. Not even Soaring Snake understood why he had suddenly stopped after regaining his composure. He resumed his charge at Shi Feng. Your courage is commendable. Shi Feng smiled faintly and nodded. Although Shi Feng's voice was soft, Soaring Snake, with his acute five senses, could hear Shifeng's words clearly. Rage instantly burned in his heart. Activating Wind Blade, his speed increased once more as he slashed at Shifeng. However, the moment Soaring Snake was within range, Shifeng struck his adversary with even greater speed. Shifeng's sword was as fast as lightning, reaching Soaring Snake in no time at all. Just as the abyssal blade was about to slice open Soaring Snake's neck, something strange occurred. The sword, which should have originally cut Soaring Snake, struck only air. Meanwhile, Soaring Snake's upper body completely vanished from Shifeng's sight. Taking a closer look, Soaring Snake had actually reclined his body to evade Shifeng's fatal strike. A pity. Soaring Snake revealed a malevolent smile. Before Soaring Snake had even finished speaking, his two swords flew towards Shifeng's sides. His angle of attack was extremely complex and prevented Shifeng from dodging. With no better choice, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade to block the two attacks. He then took the chance to distance himself from Soaring Snake. What is going on here? Soaring Snake can dodge such a fast attack. Zhao Yueru considered herself an expert, and her dynamic vision was excellent. In her view, Shifeng's previous strike had been perfect. His strike was so fast that the attack should have been impossible to avoid. Yet, that perfect strike had missed Soaring Snake. Instead, Shifeng was the one who had been struck twice. It was simply too strange. Inside the arena, Shifeng examined himself for wounds. He frowned at the amused smile plastered on Soaring Snake's face. Leisurely, he said, "I never expected that you would have hidden your strength so well. Your reaction speed is impressive. I am both a swordsman and the strongest member of the 12 Apostles. How could I possibly be slow?" Soaring Snake laughed. "You, on the other hand, have truly surprised me. You were able to use Defensive Blade the moment I countered your attack. Your reactions are not slow, either." "No. I'm not talking about that," Shifeng shook his head. "To be precise, you dodged my sword because your neural reaction is fast, no?" "Oh. You've discovered that?" Soaring Snake asked, feeling slightly surprised. In the next moment, he smiled and said unconcernedly, "So what? Do you think you can win despite it?" "Snow, what are they talking about?" Zhao Yueru asked curiously. Many in the spectator stands had overheard the conversation in the arena. Zhao Yueru was thoroughly confused. "You saw Yi Feng's attack for yourself. It was a perfect strike. Yet, Soaring Snake still dodged it. Do you know how?" Gentle Snow inquired, wearing a grim expression. "Isn't it because Soaring Snake detected Shifeng's attack, so he managed to evade it?" Zhao Yueru did not understand what Gentle Snow was trying to say. "You could put it that way. However, detecting an attack is one thing, dodging it is an entirely different matter. With the speed of Shifeng's strike, not even a top-tier assassin could dodge the attack from so close. Yet, Soaring Snake had done just that. The reason lies in Soaring Snake's neural response rate. When ordinary people act, their brains go through three processes: cognition, understanding, and correspondence. Time is required to go through all three. Statistically, the average person's reaction time is 0.3 seconds. Top sprinters who have undergone arduous training can shorten it to around 0.15 seconds. However, no matter how hard a person trains, they can never lower the transmission speed of their neural signals below 0.1 seconds. Of course, this is only common knowledge. Based on Soaring Snake's reaction time, his was 0.7 seconds, possibly around 0.6 seconds. His reaction was a lot faster than the average person. In other words, where an ordinary person can carry out 3 to 4 actions in 1 second, Soaring Snake can act over a dozen times. Because of this, not only could Soaring Snake dodge Shifeng's sword, but he also managed to stab at Shifeng twice simultaneously. This is no longer a situation of technique or hard work, but talent. One could say that Soaring Snake is a true combat genius. Chapter 406, Rapid Showdown. Zhao Yueru was speechless upon hearing Gentle Snow's explanation. She was dazed as she stared at Soaring Snake. Soaring Snake had never been so powerful in the past. They never knew he possessed such talent. He had actually hidden his true strength so well. With this, who else could be his match in close combat? While ordinary people could launch 3 to 4 attacks, Soaring Snake could launch 14 or 15 attacks. He was invincible. Chances were that the only way to defeat Soaring Snake was to pull away and attack from a distance. Melee classes had no chance of winning. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng is indeed commendable for discerning Soaring Snake's ability. However, there is no way Soaring Snake will lose this match. A huge smile appeared on Chao Chenghua's dignified face. As long as Soaring Snake won this match, this competition would come to an end. Meanwhile, he would officially take hold of the position of guild leader. Everything was going exactly as he had expected. I was just warming up. If I take this fight seriously, I will only become faster. You are pretty amazing for blocking my last 2 attacks. Let's see how many attacks you can block. Although Soaring Snake was slightly surprised by how quickly Shi Feng had discerned his talent, his opponent could never overcome it. There was not a single swordsman who could beat him. Swordsmen mainly relied on their normal attacks in battle. It was a class that wore down their enemies by attrition. If faced with a ranged class, Soaring Snake might have had some difficulties. However, against another swordsman, he was practically invincible with his reaction speed. Moreover, he had also grasped omnivision. He could easily perceive his enemies' every movement and strike their weak points. Combining this martial arts technique with his inhuman reaction speed, in a melee battle, he was invulnerable. As he said so, Soaring Snake abruptly stomped on the ground, and like a fierce gale, his body shot towards Shi Feng. Straight-line attacks could usually be easily seen and dealt with. Despite knowing this, however, Soaring Snake still chose to face Shi Feng head-on, as if saying, "Come at me if you can. You want to compete with speed?" Shi Feng's frown deepened. Facing Soaring Snake, someone with such a unique talent, would be disadvantageous for Shi Feng. Although Soaring Snake's assault had many flaws, the swordsman was not afraid of exploitation. Even if Shi Feng attacked Soaring Snake, the latter could easily perceive the attack with his omnivision. With Soaring Snake's reaction speed, before Shi Feng's sword could reach him, he would have already evaded it. Following which, Shi Feng activated the aura of wind of the 7 luminaries ring, increasing his movement speed by 40%, attack speed by 40%, and agility by 30%. He then dashed forward to meet Soaring Snake in battle. With breakneck speed, Soaring Snake had sent out 16 sword images, forcing Shi Feng to deal with 16 attacks simultaneously. However, after activating the aura of wind, Shi Feng's speed allowed him to deflect all 16 attacks easily. For the time being, both sides were equally matched. Despite Shi Feng having a huge advantage in terms of speed, Soaring Snake's reaction speed was unmatched. Even if Shi Feng's attacks were faster, Soaring Snake could respond instantaneously. The clash of metal resounded relentlessly throughout the arena, the noise reaching deafening levels. Every time Shi Feng's and Soaring Snake's swords met, dazzling sparks would scatter around them. The spectating crowd's hearts pounded as they watched the 2 swordsmen confront each other. Each attack was simply too fast. The threat of death dominated each second. The slightest mistake would determine victory or defeat. Yi Feng is this strong? No wonder he was so confident, Zhao Yueru said with shock, her eyes focused on Shi Feng inside the arena, who had yet to lose any HP. Fierce Snake, who had been resurrected not long ago, nodded in agreement. In such a furious showdown, he might not last even 2 seconds before suffering defeat. Of course. Big brother Yi Feng is very strong. Violet Cloud giggled. What a joke. How could the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, one-hit Azura, lose just because the opponent possesses a special physique. Fine, fine, fine. Your big brother Yifeng is the most amazing. Zhao Yueru was also relieved upon seeing Shi Feng's performance. If Shi Feng lost this match, today's competition would end. Meanwhile, Chao Qinghua's team was also greatly shocked by the battle happening before them. Soaring Snake was Ouroboros's undisputed #1 expert, yet, an unknown player like Yifeng could match him evenly. That Yifeng is amazing. He is actually able to cope with Soaring Snake's violent offensive. Even I can't last as long. Nimble Snake felt slightly surprised as he looked at the relaxed expression on Yifeng's face. However, the result of this match will soon be determined, Werewolf suddenly said, smiling faintly. Big brother Werewolf, what do you mean? Nimble Snake asked curiously. Soaring Snake still hasn't used everything he has. He is simply probing Yifeng at the moment. Didn't you see that Soaring Snake hasn't used second acceleration yet? Werewolf had the keenest eyesight among everyone present, and with just a glance, he could tell that Soaring Snake conserved a considerable amount of his strength. No wonder Yifeng is still standing. Nimble Snake laughed. As Werewolf and the others discussed the fight, inside the arena, Soaring Snake suddenly retreated a few steps, pulling a small distance away from Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Shi Feng did not give chase. Instead, he silently observed the swordsman facing him. You have really surprised me. Ever since I learned Omnivision, you have been the first person who has lasted this long against me. How about it? If you join us, Big Brother Werewolf can help you become even stronger than you are now. As for the remuneration Gentle Snow has offered, I believe that Brother Chao will not hesitate to double that amount now that he has seen what you are capable of, Soaring Snake said, smiling at Shi Feng confidently. Even with his inhuman reaction speed, Soaring Snake found it extremely difficult to counter Shi Feng's attacks. Shi Feng's strikes were simply too fast, so much so that, if he had not perceived the attack's trajectory beforehand, it would be impossible to dodge or block them. If the assassin Nimble Snake stood in his place, the battle would have ended long ago. Only a talented person like himself could possibly avoid Shi Feng's attacks. Chao Qinghua cannot afford to give me what I want. So, just forget about it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. What a pity. Die, then. Soaring Snake's smile instantly twisted into something sinister. In the blink of an eye, he launched 18 sword images, blocking all of Shi Feng's paths of retreat. Although the 18 sword images did not appear to be fast, Shi Feng knew that Soaring Snake was no longer holding back. Of these 18 sword strikes, Soaring Snake had applied second acceleration to every one. When the 18 sword images were about to reach their mark, Shi Feng simultaneously activated Purgatory Power, Windwalk, Wind Blade, and Wind Rider, and rather than retreating, he dashed forward to meet the incoming attacks. Shi Feng was like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he had weaved through the gaps between Soaring Snake's sword images. When Shi Feng and Soaring Snake collided, a silvery gray flash appeared on the latter's body. The time it took the two to cross swords was only an instant. For some reason, however, an impressive gout of blood sprayed from Soaring Snake's body, splashing across the floor. Following which, Soaring Snake released an agonized scream as he tumbled to the ground. What? What happened? The crowd fell silent at this sudden development, only the sound of Soaring Snake's scream echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 407, Final Battle. This. What? What just happened? Why did Soaring Snake fall even after using second acceleration? When was Soaring Snake attacked? Chao Qinghua bellowed. Chao Qinghua simply could not believe what he had just seen. From his position, he could see the entire battle, yet, he was completely clueless as to what had just happened between the two swordsmen. It was simply ridiculous. In fact, Chao Qinghua wasn't the only one confused. None of the spectators understood what had just happened. The crowd saw Shifeng dive headfirst into the soaring snake's sword images before he suddenly vanished. Before they realized it, Shifeng had already walked past soaring snake's body. Meanwhile, multiple sword wounds had appeared on soaring snake, blood gushing from those wounds. In this match, no matter how one looked at it, soaring snake had already obtained his victory, yet, the true outcome of the battle was completely unexpected. For a moment, nobody could accept this reality. As soaring snake's instructor, Werewolf was most familiar with soaring snake's strength. Werewolf was also an expert with frightening combat power in his own right. However, after witnessing this scene, he, too, found it unbelievable, so much so that he was more shocked than everyone else present. The higher you were, the better view you would have. Others might not have realized what had happened, but Werewolf had seen some clues. However, his confusion was precisely because of what he had seen. Although Shifeng's speed was indeed frightening, it was not at the level of becoming invisible. Yet, the instant Shifeng closed in on soaring snake, he suddenly vanished. By the time Werewolf noticed Shifeng again, the latter had arrived by soaring snake's side, their shoulders brushing past each other. In other words, when Shifeng had charged at soaring snake, he had disappeared from view not because of speed, but because Werewolf's mind had failed to perceive Shifeng. Even soaring snake, who used omnivision and his inhuman reaction speed, had failed to perceive Shifeng. This was what thoroughly confused Werewolf. How had Shifeng achieved such a feat? Second acceleration was a technique used to confuse the eye, utilizing acceleration to catch an enemy off guard and attack their blind spot. With this technique, enemies would still have a small window to react. However, Shifeng's technique did not allow his enemies even that brief time before his sword landed. After soaring snake died, he dropped a level 20 fine gold ranked pauldron, which Shifeng casually pocketed. Shifeng also secretly collected an immortal soul. Now, he only needed 9,999 more. After soaring snake lost his immortal soul, not only did he lose a level, but he was also barred from logging into God's domain for a time. As for exactly how long he was barred from the game, even Shifeng did not know. If it were short, it might only be 1 or 2 days. If it were a long wait, soaring snake might not be able to log in for 3 or 4 days. In short, soaring snake would have to stay put for some time. Yifeng, how did you manage to defeat soaring snake? Zhao Yueru, unable to contain her curiosity, immediately went up to him and asked when she saw Shifeng exit the arena. She had too many questions about the battle. Because of this match, Zhao Yueru suddenly felt like a noob that had only started playing games, completely clueless. Despite having witnessed everything with her own eyes, she had no idea of what had actually happened. Do you want to know? Shifeng was slightly surprised as he looked at the excited woman rushing up to him. He never expected Zhao Yueru to be the first person to ask him. Zhao Yueru nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Zhao Yueru was very curious about how Shifeng had managed to not only dodge the 18 sword images, but also neutralize soaring snake's inhuman reaction speed, killing him instantly. After thinking for a moment, Shifeng said seriously, I just went up to him and slashed him 3 times, that's all. Everyone present was immediately rendered speechless. Zhao Yueru had been about to tackle Shifeng and take a few bites out of him if it not for gentle Snow holding her back. Alright, Yueru, everyone has their own secrets. You can't force him to tell you. Now that we have won the 4th match, each side has 2 wins and 2 losses. This result is all thanks to Yifeng. The following match will determine the result of this competition. At this moment, Gentle Snow felt very fortunate that she had thought of inviting Yifeng when she had prepared for this competition. Although she had felt that Yifeng had a good chance of securing a victory for her, she had never expected him to surprise her like this. Despite facing the greatly enhanced First Apostle, Soaring Snake, Yifeng had defeated him with overwhelming might. She could never have expected this result. Gentle Snow found it very hard to believe that such an expert had remained unknown all this time. Was it because they were too weak to encounter such experts? Or was it because these experts loved to play the role of a weakling? Even gentle Snow was unsure. However, the few fights today had certainly widened her horizons. She really could not figure out what kind of Guild Zero Wing was. First, there was Black Flame. Now, the combat power Yifeng displayed was not the slightest bit inferior, and might even be superior, to Black Flame's. Of course, Black Flame had never displayed his true strength to the public, so gentle Snow could not be certain of who was stronger. Regardless, though, the two of them were true monsters. Big Brother Yifeng, what's wrong? Violet Cloud could feel that something was amiss. The moment Shi Feng left the arena, he immediately sat down in the first row of seats. Now, his forehead was covered with sweat. Shi Feng was obviously dispirited, and he seemed exhausted. It's nothing. The high-intensity battle simply exhausted my mental power. I'll be fine after a short rest. You should get ready for the next match, Shi Feng replied softly, not trying to hide his current weakness. Although he was exhausted right now, he brimmed with joy. Everyone had thought that he had defeated Soaring Snake effortlessly. In reality, however, it had not been easy to dodge the 18 sword images while dealing a fatal blow. If he had not been promoted to a Tier 1 Blade Saint with his attributes enhanced greatly and his physical strength increased substantially, he might not have been able to use Void Steps in the exchange. Although Shi Feng had other methods to deal with Soaring Snake, he had chosen to take the risk because he wanted to break through his personal barrier and improve himself further. Fortunately, his gamble succeeded. Under the immense pressure Soaring Snake had placed on him, Shi Feng had finally reached a breakthrough and used footwork that he had never been able to use in the past. Void Steps. Void Steps was advanced footwork that allowed one to remove their presence from the opponent's mind. In the past, very few top-tier experts had successfully grasped such advanced footwork. As for Shi Feng, who had merely been a first-rate expert back then, he had only ever succeeded in his dreams. In order to learn this advanced footwork, Shi Feng had done countless research and trials. Yet, he had never succeeded. This footwork possessed an extremely high requirement of a person's movement and breathing. It was not a technique that ordinary people could easily learn. However, Shi Feng's physique had massively improved after he had undergone his class change. His control over his body had also improved. In addition, he was currently playing the game through a virtual gaming cabin. Hence, Shi Feng had always thought of giving the footwork a try. Only, he had never found the chance. Fortunately, Soaring Snake had created the perfect opportunity for him. With the threat of death looming, the pressure allowed Shi Feng to finally break through that unreachable barrier. Meanwhile, as Shi Feng was still feeling joyous over his own breakthrough, the fifth match of the competition had begun. Fifth match, Violet Cloud vs. Nimble Snake. Chapter 408, Level vs Tier. Shi Feng's overwhelming victory during the fourth match had undoubtedly formed dark clouds in Chao Chenghua's heart. As if something was stuck in his throat, Chao Chenghua felt extremely uncomfortable. Why hasn't Soaring Snake resurrected? Chao Chenghua was in a sour mood. If Shi Feng was so powerful, then the cleric girl that came with him must be extraordinary as well. She might also know the same technique as his. Even now, Chao Chenghua had no clue as to what Shi Feng had done. Without that knowledge, he had no response to it. Most likely, only Soaring Snake might know what sort of technique it was. Since Soaring Snake was still absent, Chao's anxiety began to take hold. Currently, the competition was tied, and Nimble Snake and Violet Cloud would face off in the final match. Nimble Snake was an assassin. Although he had an absolute advantage against a cleric and had learned Omnivision and Second Acceleration, they would be useless against Shi Feng's technique. Brother Chao, for some reason, Soaring Snake has logged off and is still offline. I can't contact him at all, Nimble Snake reported. At this moment, Nimble Snake was also panicking, afraid that his opponent would know the same technique that won the previous match. If he lost, Chao Chenhua would be finished. His life wouldn't exactly be easy either. Chao Chenhua paled as he looked at Soaring Snake's status window. He wished he could log off and strangle Soaring Snake. Playing hooky at such a crucial moment, was he trying to toy with him? Guild leader Chao, you don't have to be so worried. Although Yi Feng is very powerful, that female cleric is different from those like Yi Feng and me, War Wolf suddenly spoke. Brother War Wolf, are you sure? Chao hesitated. If Violet Cloud were not a martial artist like Yi Feng and War Wolf, then even if she had powerful techniques, Chao Chenhua would have nothing to worry about. A cleric was still a cleric after all. Yes. She does not have the unique aura that people like us possess. I guarantee it, War Wolf affirmed, nodding. Excellent. Chao Chenhua's face lit up with a relieved smile. He then shifted his gaze to the other team, muttering in a cold tone, Gentle Snow, oh, Gentle Snow. Although you invited an expert of such caliber, in the end, you are still a step behind. Nimble Snake, do not disappoint me. Brother Chao, rest assured. She is only a level 22 cleric. I could have defeated her effortlessly even before I underwent the special training. Nimble Snake revealed a sinister grin as he glanced at Violet Cloud who had already entered the arena. He was currently level 24. To an expert, an advantage of 2 levels made quite a difference. Following which, Nimble Snake entered the arena as well. Meanwhile, seated in the spectator stands, War Wolf still appeared indifferent. There was not the slightest hint of a smile on his face. In truth, he had only finished half of his statement. Violet Cloud indeed did not possess the unique aura of a martial artist. However, with his acute senses, War Wolf could feel a faint sense of danger from her. This danger was slightly different from that of a ferocious beast. It felt almost like a divine pressure. Just what secret is this female cleric hiding? Although War Wolf was not trying to boast, in God's domain, he did not fear many people. Even if he encountered someone who could intimidate him, it definitely would not be the young little girl standing inside the arena. Yet, there was something about her that gave him pause. Meanwhile, the tension was similarly high on Gentle Snow's side. Yi Feng, will Violet really be alright? Zhao Yueru asked as she took a seat beside Shi Feng. She wanted a straight answer from him. Although she did not know why, Zhao Yueru felt that Shi Feng knew something she did not. It should be alright, Shi Feng said, uncertain. Should? What do you mean, should? If Violet loses, Snow will have to leave God's domain forever. Are you really willing to lose her? Zhao Yueru huffed. Listening to Zhao Yueru's words, Shi Feng was suddenly speechless. Yueru. Gentle Snow glared. To think that her friend could still joke at a time like this. Gentle Snow was somewhat familiar with Shi Feng's personality. Shi Feng would never speak without certainty. If he said it, then it was true. Otherwise, he would remain quiet. But, Zhao Yueru knew that her questioning would not change anything. She only wanted Shi Feng's confirmation so that she could feel more at ease. I really do not know. Nimble Snake's current strength, especially after grasping combat techniques such as Omnivision and Second Acceleration, is a complete mystery to me. As for Violet's current progress, I don't know that either. However, she should be quite powerful. At least, without Omnivision and Second Acceleration, Nimble Snake wouldn't even be a challenge for her. Now, however, I do not know. We can only wait and see, Shi Feng explained as he understood Zhao Yueru's anxiety. Before War Wolf's appearance, Shi Feng had been certain of Violet Cloud's victory regardless of who she fought. Now, however, Nimble Snake had learned combat techniques that very few experts knew. Of course, although Nimble Snake had the advantages of levels and techniques, Violet Cloud possessed the advantage of tiers. Simply put, the results of this match were unknown. After listening to Shi Feng's explanation, Zhao Yueru grew even more nervous. Wasn't that the same as saying nothing at all? Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was greatly surprised. From Shi Feng's words, Violet Cloud was actually superior to Nimble Snake. Nimble Snake had originally been one of the top combatants of Ouroboros, and even Gentle Snow could not obtain an easy victory if they fought. However, Shi Feng was confident when he spoke. Thus, Gentle Snow believed him. Violet Cloud was only a young girl around 16 or 17 years old. How could she possibly be so strong? If Shi Feng's statement was true, then there might still be hope. Moreover, Violet Cloud was a ranged class. She would have an easier time dealing with techniques such as omnivision and second acceleration. Suddenly, the countdown timer above the arena had ended. Immediately, Nimble Snake activated stealth and vanished. One had to admit that Nimble Snake was indeed one of the top combatants of Ouroboros. After entering stealth, all of his movements were silent. He was even stealthier than Absolute Heaven, and not even Shi Feng, who watched from the spectator stands, could tell Nimble Snake's exact location. Time passed little by little. Other than Violet Cloud, there was nobody else visible inside the arena. However, Nimble Snake revealed no intentions of making a move. As a result, the atmosphere inside the arena grew tenser as more time went by. This was one of the methods often used by assassins. By doing so, they could instill paranoia in their target, exhausting their target's mental fortitude. As soon as their target relaxed, they would launch a fatal assault. Hence, many players despised dealing with assassins. After all, it was tiresome to remain on high alert for long periods of time. Hence, assassins had a natural advantage when fighting against all classes. Ha, that's quite some patience you have there, little girl. We'll see how long you last. The moment you relax will be the moment you die. At this moment, Nimble Snake stood only 10 yards away from Violet Cloud. To an agility-focused assassin, an instant was all that was necessary to cross that distance. Chapter 409, The Difference of Tears. The seconds ticked past. The crowds seated in the spectator stands were on the edge of their seats. Although they were not the ones fighting, they were just as focused on the battle as the combatants in the arena. This was the final match. The result of this match would determine the fates of both sides. The winner would become the guild leader of Ouroboros, and their team members would obtain success and prestige. The loser, however, would have to leave God's domain forever, and those who followed them would struggle in the future. As a result, the tension was practically tangible in the stands. Even the elders observing the fight from the side felt heavy. Nimble Snake, show yourself if you dare. It has already been more than 20 minutes, yet, you still act like a coward. Even with the advantage of your class, you play such a dirty trick. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Zhao Yueru shouted, her crescent brows tightened as she frowned at the quiet arena. From the beginning, Nimble Snake had shown no sign of attacking. Zhao Yueru was greatly tempted to charge into the arena and fight the assassin with Violet Cloud. Nimble Snake was cunning. In order to gain victory, he would willingly act unscrupulously. To guard against her opponent, Violet Cloud had to stay on high alert, focusing her senses to detect any movements. At best, an ordinary person could only maintain their concentration for half an hour or so. If pushed any longer, not only would they greatly exhaust their mental fortitude, but they would also become susceptible to distractions. Soon, they would unconsciously reveal flaws in their defense. However, this was a type of defense mechanism, so it was unavoidable. Meanwhile, the match had stretched on for almost half an hour now. Even Zhao Yueru felt her concentration begin to reach its limit. If this stalemate dragged on any longer, she would definitely falter. When experts fought each other, even the slightest distraction could mean death. Ha ha ha. We never set a time limit for the matches, so it is up to them to choose how they fight. If you must blame someone, blame yourselves for not thinking of this beforehand. Don't you think it's a little too late to regret it now? Blackheart Arrow laughed triumphantly. Zhao Yueru was suddenly speechless. The statement was not false. It was true that they had not set a time limit for this competition. However, nobody ever expected Nimble Snake to do something so underhanded. Originally, Zhao Yueru had thought that she knew how low Nimble Snake would go. However, it would seem that she still underestimated the treacherous bastard. It turned out that he did not have even the basic self-respect of an expert. He actually planned on dragging the match on for over half an hour. It was my mistake. I had forgotten to set a time limit despite knowing that we would face an assassin, Gentle Snow said remorsefully as she watched Violet Cloud, who already began to show signs of mental exhaustion. She had blundered during such a crucial competition. Without a doubt, her mistake had significantly decreased Violet Cloud's chances of victory. Don't be too nervous. Just watch. I believe that Violet Cloud knows what to expect, Shi Feng advised, his gaze fixed on his guildmate as well. But relax. Shi Feng was not the slightest bit worried at this moment. Although Nimble Snake was indeed skilled, he still had a long way to go if he wanted to defeat Violet Cloud. Finally, half an hour had passed since the match had begun. It seems that this little girl is close to reaching her limit. All this time, Nimble Snake had carefully observed Violet Cloud from a distance. In reality, he had plenty of chances to make his move during this half an hour. However, he resisted. To be 100% certain that he would kill the cleric, he chose to wait until this very moment. Sweat had already appeared on Violet Cloud's forehead. It was obvious that her concentration had reached its limit. Nimble Snake even slipped up deliberately and made a little noise when he was about 10 yards from her. An expert with acute senses would detect the sound. However, Violet Cloud failed to sense it at all. Sure enough, she has grown tired. Nimble Snake was overjoyed. He then circled to Violet Cloud's back, silently drawing closer. 10 yards. 5 yards. 3 yards. Soon, Nimble Snake arrived behind Violet Cloud and unsheathed his gleaming dagger, before stabbing it between the girl's shoulders. Ambush. Ambush placed the target in a fainted state for 4 seconds. During the early stages of God's domain, control removal skills were extremely rare. As long as his attack landed, Nimble Snake could kill her quickly with a chain of skills. To ensure his victory, Nimble Snake had even used second acceleration. Even if Violet Cloud discovered his attack, it would still be impossible for her to block it. The moment before Nimble Snake's dagger sank into the cleric, Violet Cloud released a mighty roar. Terrorizing Roar. Terrorizing Roar feared all enemies within a radius of 8 yards. Feared players would lose all control over their bodies. Suddenly, ambush struck Violet Cloud, and she entered a fainted state, while Nimble Snake had been feared by Terrorizing Roar. Violet is amazing. She actually managed to use Terrorizing Roar at the very last second. Now, neither side can attack each other. Moreover, now that Nimble Snake has been exposed, he has also lost the initiative of this fight. Next, once Violet distances herself from Nimble Snake, she can wear him down and finish him, Zhao Yueru exclaimed after seeing Violet Cloud's performance. However, Gentle Snow said, "No." "Snow, is there a problem?" Zhao Yueru asked curiously. Nimble Snake is level 24, but Violet is only level 22. Though both of their control skills have a duration of 4 seconds, as Nimble Snake is 2 levels higher, the effect of Violet's Terrorizing Roar will definitely be slightly weaker. It is highly possible that the skill's effect will only last 3-5 seconds. However, Violet will remain incapacitated for a full 4 seconds. Nimble Snake can do a lot of things during that 0-5 second gap, Gentle Snow said with a grim expression. Although Violet Cloud's counterattack was marvelous, there was a small level gap between them. Does that mean we've lost? Zhao Yueru's expression suddenly became melancholic. Chao Qinghua had also revealed a victorious smile. As soon as the control effect on Nimble Snake ended, the result of this match would be set in stone. However, Shi Feng suddenly smiled and said, "No, we've won." 1. Zhao Yueru turned to look at Shifeng. Whispering, she said, but Violet's fainted duration is longer than Nimble Snake's. How is she going to win? You'll find out, Shifeng laughed. What? Shifeng confused every spectator. However, since an expert like Shifeng had said such a thing, he had his own reasons. What nonsense, Blackheart Arrow scoffed as he glanced at the distant Shifeng. Ridiculing, he said, it is common sense that the level suppression in God's domain is severe. One will only suffer if there is a difference of 3 levels. Although Nimble Snake is only 2 levels higher, it is enough to weaken a skill's effect significantly. What an ignorant fool. However, before Blackheart Arrow could finish. Inside the arena, Violet Cloud suddenly recovered ahead of Nimble Snake. No. How is this possible? It hasn't even been 3 seconds. Blackheart Arrow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Shifeng was the only player who was not surprised. None of them could understand how Violet Cloud recovered first. What a pity. You might be 2 levels above me, but I am 1 tier above you. Violet Cloud looked at Nimble Snake, who currently shivered uncontrollably on the spot, smiling faintly as she waved her staff. A black magic array then formed beneath Nimble Snake's feet. Good. I still have a chance. Nimble Snake, who had originally begun to despair, suddenly saw hope. Violet Cloud had foolishly chosen a spell with a long casting time. Although Nimble Snake still had no control over his body, he could see and hear without any issues. The magic array forming beneath him needed 1 second to complete. Meanwhile, he was less than 1 second from reaching the 3.5-second duration of his feared state. At that time, he could simply use Vanish to avoid Violet Cloud's spell. However, as if ignorant of this fact, Violet Cloud continued chanting her incantation. Just as the 3.5 seconds were almost up, and Nimble Snake was about to use Vanish. What's going on? Nimble Snake suddenly noticed that he still had no control over his own body. Meanwhile, the magic array Violet Cloud summoned began to activate. Tier 1 Advanced Spell, Black Coffin. Chapter 410, Unpredictable Astromancer. What's going on with Nimble Snake? Chao Qinghua asked, having paid attention to the system clock all this time. Isn't he 2 levels higher than that cleric girl? Nimble Snake had clearly been incapacitated for over 3.5 seconds now, yet, he was still feared. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud had long since regained her freedom. This series of events had shattered Chao Qinghua's understanding of God's domain completely. Even Zhao Yueru, who had thought that they had lost, was dumbfounded by what she saw. Gentle Snow's gaze also held doubt as she watched the battle inside the arena. The scene happening before her made no sense. Among the crowd, only Shifeng knew that Nimble Snake had fallen into a trap. Compared to level suppression, tier suppression was far more powerful. It was like comparing the fist of an infant and a fist of an adult. The combatants were on completely different levels. As a tier 1 player, even if Violet Cloud fought a tier 0 player who was 10 levels above her, her control skills would be 100% effective or more. On the other hand, when a tier 0 player used a control skill against a tier 1 player 10 levels below them, the effect of their control skills would weaken by at least 30%. This was the harsh reality of gap in tiers. This was why high-tiered players were so valuable and so overwhelmingly strong. Before anyone in the spectator stands could properly analyze the situation, Violet Cloud sealed her opponent inside a dark and silent barrier. Nimble Snake felt as if he were locked inside a huge coffin. This barrier stunned the watching crowd. Except for Shifeng, of course. Nobody knew how powerful this black coffin was, and they did not know what was special about it. However, every player present was an expert, and when the crowd looked at the pitch-black barrier, they felt their souls tremble with fear. The black coffin was like a giant beast, and only death awaited those who were devoured. After trapping Nimble Snake inside the black coffin, Violet Cloud immediately distanced herself from it. The black coffin would gradually dissipate after 3 seconds. By the time it vanished, Violet Cloud was already more than 20 yards away from Nimble Snake. Even if Nimble Snake wanted to launch a counterattack, he would find it extremely difficult to do so from such a distance. What's going on? Why didn't I receive any damage? Nimble Snake had originally thought he was dead for sure. After all, an advanced spell that took an entire second to cast must be frighteningly powerful. However, he was actually unharmed. Is it because of my level that the spell's damage was nullified? Or maybe this is only a control spell? Nimble Snake relaxed. He then focused his gaze on the distant Violet Cloud. Although this distance was slightly disadvantageous to him, he had many ways to resolve this minor problem. Suddenly, Violet Cloud waved her staff, and sacred sanctions descended from the sky, falling towards the assassin. In response, Nimble Snake sneered as he started moving. With little effort, he dodged the attack and charged at Violet Cloud. However, Nimble Snake quickly discovered that something was amiss. Somehow, his HP suddenly fell by 500 points, and a moment later, it had fallen by another 500 points. Nimble Snake only had slightly more than 3,100 HP. Now that he had suddenly lost 1,000 HP, he only had around 2,100 HP left. But nothing hit me. Nimble Snake was 100% certain that he had dodged the several sacred sanctions. Before Nimble Snake could figure out what had happened, Violet Cloud sent another barrage of sacred sanctions towards him. Nimble Snake advanced once more to dodge the attacks. However, he lost another 500 HP the moment he moved. Violet Cloud sent an attack once more. Knowing that he could no longer afford to lose HP, Nimble Snake started using his daggers to fend off the sacred sanctions. This time, he did not receive any damage. I was found out. Violet Cloud giggled. Astromancers possessed very few spells that dealt high damages. A majority of their attacks were strange and unpredictable. This was what Violet Cloud had discovered after researching her new class. Even until now, Violet Cloud had yet to grasp the true essence of an astromancer. Completely black coffin was one such skill. Any players caught by the spell would lose HP when they moved. Meanwhile, the amount of HP they lost depended on the spellcaster's intelligence. In addition, Black Coffin also had a silence effect. This spell worked wonders on a melee classes. By now, Nimble Snake had grasped the general gist of the situation. However, when he thought about how he could neither move nor use any skills, only enduring a beating, he suddenly grew sullen. The crowd was also amazed upon seeing the effects of Violet Cloud's skill. This skill is so powerful. So that's why little sister Violet used it. Nimble Snake is dead for sure. By the time he reaches little sister Violet, his HP will have fallen to nothing, Xiao Yueru exclaimed. Although it is powerful, this move has a glaring flaw, Shi Feng said, smiling. Flaw? Xiao Yueru wondered but quickly understood. In just a moment, her excited heart froze. Since Nimble Snake lost HP whenever he moved, he would be fine if he stood still. With Nimble Snake's capabilities, he could easily block the cleric's attacks. Unless Violet Cloud could suddenly become an elementalist. Moreover, since it was a spell's effect, it had a duration. When the spell's duration ended, Nimble Snake could move freely once again. Since Xiao Yueru could figure out this simple solution, Nimble Snake could certainly figure it out as well. Indeed, Nimble Snake had simply chosen to remain where he was for now as he waited for time to pass. Surprisingly, upon seeing Nimble Snake's actions, Shi Feng smiled. To do nothing and give a casting class so much time. Was that really a good idea? Delaying for time. Violet Cloud smiled faintly. She then increased the distance between them to almost 30 yards before she began chanting an incantation and waving her staff. Compared to when she had cast Black Coffin, the channeling time for her current spell was much shorter. It was clear that she was not using an advanced spell as she had before. Although Nimble Snake had revealed a throwing weapon, Violet Cloud had long since prepared for it as she cast a sacred shield on herself, the spell capable of absorbing a significant amount of damage. In addition, Violet Cloud could physically dodge the attacks sent at her. After all, an assassin was not a specialized ranged class, so Violet Cloud effortlessly defended against all attacks thrown at her. As a result, Nimble Snake could only stare at Violet Cloud helplessly. When the cleric finished channeling her spell, she pointed her jade-like finger at Nimble Snake, who stood 30 yards away from her. Suddenly, her opponent felt a powerful suction, pulling him towards Violet Cloud. Although he tried to resist, his efforts were futile as he moved closer to Violet Cloud. Moreover, the speed at which he approached her increased as he grew nearer. The moment Nimble Snake arrived before Violet Cloud, multiple damages of -500 appeared above his head, and his HP decreased rapidly. Nimble Snake knew that he was finished. A distance of 30 yards was sufficient to deplete his remaining 2,100 HP. To hell with it. A hint of madness surfaced in Nimble Snake's eyes. Now that the two were in such proximity, his daggers could reach Violet Cloud easily. In a flash, Nimble Snake tightened his grip on his daggers and sent over half a dozen blades of silver light flying towards Violet Cloud. In response, Violet Cloud simply flicked her finger. All of a sudden, an incomparably strong pressure slammed down on Nimble Snake, holding him in place. Even the two daggers he brandished froze centimeters away from Violet Cloud. In the next moment, the assassin abruptly shot backward. Flying over 20 yards away, his body smashed into the wall of the arena. Victor of the fifth match, Violet Cloud. Chapter 411, Victory and Defeat. Violet Cloud's easy victory had rendered everyone speechless. Nimble Snake, one of the 12 apostles of Ouroboros, had been effortlessly manipulated, so much so that he failed to inflict even a single point of damage to a cleric. If this matter reached the public, nobody would believe it. We won. Although Zhao Yueru had prayed that Violet Cloud could win, she had not expected that the girl could so easily. However, Violet Cloud's skills were peculiar. It was especially true for her final skill. It had complemented Black Coffin perfectly, allowing the skill to display its full potential. Violet Cloud's and Yifeng's combat styles were clearly different. Violet Cloud had not used any stunning attacks like Shifeng. Instead, she utilized her skills to their very limits. From beginning to end, Nimble Snake had no chance to employ his advantage of techniques. Violet Cloud practically had him in the palm of her hand this entire match. Regarding combat techniques, Zhao Yueru did not think that Violet Cloud was much stronger herself. Unlike Yifeng and War Wolf, Violet Cloud's techniques were not at an unreachable level. Only, the skills Violet Cloud possessed were simply too powerful. Despite Nimble Snake's techniques being far superior, he still lost in the end. Yifeng, is she really a cleric? Although Gentle Snow rejoiced, she was also incredibly curious. She refused to believe that a cleric could possess such powerful skills. Moreover, from the looks of it, Violet Cloud's basic attributes were significantly higher than Zhao Yueru's. Yes and no, Shifeng said, smiling. He could guess what was going through Gentle Snow's mind right now. What do you mean? Zhao Yueru piped in. Violet has already class changed from a Tier 0 cleric to the Tier 1 hidden class, Astromancer. Not only does she possess the inherent skills of a cleric, but she also possesses the skills of an Astromancer, Shifeng explained slowly. Meanwhile, she defeated Nimble Snake just now using the Tier 1 legacy skills of an Astromancer. As for the might of those skills, you've seen them for yourselves. Tier 1 class. You're saying that Violet has already obtained her Tier 1 class. Zhao Yueru's little mouth gaped, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at the girl smiling happily beside Shifeng. Tier 1 class. This was a completely unknown concept to God's domain's current players. Though, as an expert, she knew that a Tier 1 class was stronger than a Tier 0 class. However, the class change quest was cumbersome. Not only would it be time-consuming, but the quest also quite difficult. As a result, she had chosen to focus on her level first. However, she never imagined that there would be such a huge gap between a Tier 0 and a Tier 1 class. So this is the gap between a Tier 0 player and a Tier 1 player. When Zhao Yueru thought back to how effortlessly Violet Cloud had defeated Nimble Snake, her heart was suddenly eager to challenge her class change quest. Meanwhile, after listening to Shi Feng's explanation, Gentle Snow had also come to a realization. It was no wonder the two of them were only level 22. It turned out that they had taken the time to complete their class change quest. Zero Wing is indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Gentle Snow inwardly sighed as she looked at Violet Cloud. It seems that Ouroboros needs to challenge the class change quests as well. A Tier 1 class was actually so powerful. If Zero Wing had a large number of Tier 1 players, could Zero Wing even find a dungeon they could not raid? With such strength, leveling up would also be much easier. In comparison, they had only been wasting their time and efforts by leveling up and raiding dungeons. At this time, the 5 matches of the competition had come to a close. Naturally, Gentle Snow was the overall winner. As for Chao Qinghua, the loser, at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Nimble Snake as thoughts of strangling the assassin filtered through his mind. Despite all of his calculations and machinations, he had never expected that the 2 outsiders Gentle Snow had invited would be so powerful. However, his thoughts were meaningless now because the main god system had already begun enforcing the conditions of the contract. Chao Qinghua's body began to slowly fade out of existence as the main god system expelled him from God's domain permanently. Just like that, the acting guild leader of Ouroboros, a relatively influential character in the virtual gaming world, could not log into God's domain ever again. Without Chao Qinghua supporting them, Blackheart Arrow and the recently resurrected Nimble Snake were at a loss. From now on, Gentle Snow would be the guild leader of Ouroboros. It would be a piece of cake for her to deal with them. Regret turned Nimble Snake's stomach. Originally, he thought his future would be set if he followed Chao Qinghua. Yet, now, just as Nimble Snake and Blackheart Arrow began to panic, War Wolf, the outsider invited by Chao Qinghua, stood and walked up to Gentle Snow. "Miss Snow, we meet again," War Wolf greeted, a faint smile on his face. "Do you have any business with me?" Gentle Snow asked, somewhat surprised. In the past, War Wolf had felt only disdain towards guild players like her, refusing to even speak with her. Now, however, he had actually initiated a conversation. It was beyond unusual. Even Shi Feng was curious as to what War Wolf had to say. "I only wish to congratulate Miss Snow for becoming the guild leader of Ouroboros," War Wolf spoke softly. "Thank you," Gentle Snow answered politely. In regards to the man named War Wolf, Gentle Snow could not see through him in the least. Moreover, the shield warrior gave her a sense of extreme danger, and she was quite uncomfortable. Following which, War Wolf shifted his gaze to Shi Feng, saying, "I truly did not expect to meet a fellow martial arts practitioner here. Although I wish to exchange a few moves with you, unfortunately, I am only a Tier 0 class right now. I can only seek you out once I receive my Tier 1 promotion. However, before I leave, I have something I need to say to Brother Yifeng. It is best if you leave Zero Wing quickly and look for a better guild to develop yourself." "Brother War Wolf, what are you trying to say?" Shi Feng did not think that War Wolf was someone who would speak nonsense. It could be dangerous for me to go into detail, but recently, Zero Wing has attracted too much attention in God's domain. Some people can no longer sit by and have begun to take action. "Are you referring to Underworld?" "No. Even I get a headache just thinking about dealing with those people. If you can hide from them, then hide." In the off chance that Zero Wing provokes them, the consequences would be unimaginable. War-Wolf simply smiled and shook his head before departing from the room. Watching War-Wolf's departing figure, Shifeng grew confused. He could not figure out who else had targeted Zero Wing. Even an expert like War-Wolf feared of them. Forget it. There is no point overthinking things. Let's just take things as they come. Since he could not figure it out, Shifeng no longer bothered thinking about it. Why worry about trouble that might not even come? After War-Wolf's departure, Gentle Snow had immediately expelled Nimble Snake and Blackheart Arrow from Ouroboros. Although the two of them were experts, who knew what sort of schemes they would concoct in the future? It was especially true for a sly and treacherous bastard like Nimble Snake. Afterward, Gentle Snow gave both Shifeng and Violet Cloud 30 million credits each as remuneration for their help. Violet Cloud was stupefied upon seeing the numbers in her virtual bank account. This was her first time seeing such an astronomical sum of money. Shifeng, on the other hand, was rather pleased after receiving the money. With this, he would not have to worry about the guild's development funds for some time. As Gentle Snow had just become Ouroboros' guild leader, she still had a ton of things she needed to handle. Shifeng and Violet Cloud did not linger either, and they left the underground arena. Just as Shifeng and Violet Cloud were about to return to White River City, the sound of his communicator ringing suddenly reached his ears. Brother Feng, I have bad news. Something big has happened. Blackie announced. Chapter 412, Great Lord. Relax, slow down, Shifeng said. Blackie wanted to calm down, but he couldn't contain his panic after surviving something so intense. Brother Feng, listen to me. A meteorite shower rained down on the White River City region. Black said excitedly. Originally, everyone thought nothing of it. However, a system notification suddenly appeared in White River City, stating that the meteorite shower had destroyed the entire White Fog Canyon, a level 20 to level 30 grinding area. All the monsters within White Fog Canyon have gone berserk, and based on the information our guild uncovered, these monsters have a surprisingly high drop rates, and the EXP they give is also significant. On top of that, a ruined shrine has appeared inside the White Fog Canyon. We received information of powerful monsters guarding something inside the shrine. A few powerful assassins even snuck in to have a look. They discovered that there was actually a level 25 Great Lord ranked monster deep inside the ruined shrine. Currently, the various guilds are organizing their personnel and preparing to raid the level 25 Great Lord. A Great Lord was in existence that surpassed a High Lord. Such monsters did not even exist in level 50 large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons. At most, the final boss of said dungeon might be a High Lord. Yet, now, a Great Lord had actually appeared. Without a doubt, its appearance would draw guilds to it. The ironclad rule of God's domain was that the stronger a monster was, the better its drops would be. For Great Lord ranked monsters, at the very least, they would drop dark gold items. There might even be a chance for epic items to drop. Brother Feng, how many people do you think we should send? Blackie asked. You're saying a meteorite shower has destroyed the entire White Fog Canyon? Shifeng's eyes suddenly shone. Excellent. Blackie, notify Aqua and have her organize some personnel. We don't need for too many, around 500 people will do. However, they must all be strong. We'll meet up in White Fog Canyon later. The matter regarding White River City's meteorite shower incident in the past was still deeply engraved in Shifeng's mind. Because of this incident, players engaged each other in a long-standing war. Whether it was the independent players or the various guilds, if one set foot into White Fog Canyon, they would become entangled in this war. However, what player could resist the temptation of the items inside White Fog Canyon? In the past, even Shifeng died no less than a dozen times for that particular treasure. That's right, he died half a dozen times. That was equivalent to losing half a dozen levels. Yet, Feng had still thrown himself into the fray. Everything he had done was for equipment and money. Okay. I'll contact Sister Aqua immediately. Blackie disconnected the call and did as he promised. Sure enough, history has changed significantly. The meteorite shower has happened so early. I must take full advantage of it this time. When Feng thought about how he could enter the White Fog Canyon so soon after the meteorite shower's appearance in this life, excitement filled his heart. Feng sorely lacked money right now. Currently, the Starstreak trading firm granted him a daily income of over 1,000 gold. In addition, he received a dozen or so gold when guild members completed quests from the guild residents. Overall, it was a hefty income. However, the Starstreak trading firm did not belong to Feng. Moreover, his quest still demanded 30,000 gold. Right now, he had not even accumulated half that amount of money. On another note, there was not much time left before the great demon's curse that afflicted Feng would take effect. If he failed to gather the 30,000 gold and obtain the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, he could not locate the Bible of Darkness and remove the curse. If he failed, Feng would only have one end waiting for him. Death. Originally, Feng had planned to exploit the market and increase his income through the strengthened armor kits Melancholic Smile and the others produced. Now, however, there was no need. His problems would be solved as long as he had the White Fog Canyon. Although the meteorite shower had caused the appearance of the ruined shrine and had driven the monsters in White Fog Canyon berserk, greatly increasing their drop rate and EXP, neither aspect was really important. What mattered the most was the Starfire ore. After White Fog Canyon was destroyed, Starfire ore had been found all over the area. Starfire ore was incredibly rare, and it could only be found around the crash sites of meteorites. Starfire essence could be extracted from refined starfire ore and could increase the success rate of forging. The more starfire essence one used, the higher their success rate would be. Although starfire essence was ineffective when forging dark gold ranked items and above, it could still allow forgers to produce various secret silver and fine gold equipment. Hence, starfire essence was very valuable. In the past, a piece of starfire ore could sell for 1 silver coin, whereas a piece of starfire essence could sell for 4 silver coins. Even the independent players of White River City had hungered for starfire ore again. In this life, Feng would not let this opportunity pass him by. For the moment, everyone was still focused on the great lord of the ruined shrine. Nobody had discovered starfire ore or realized that it littered the demolished White Fog Canyon, let alone its value. Hence, this was the perfect chance for Feng. Half an hour later, Feng and Violet Cloud arrived in White Fog Canyon. The layer that previously hid the canyon had dissipated. Instead, craters and flames filled the area. A dilapidated shrine loomed in White Fog Canyon's center. Plenty of monsters also patrolled the surroundings of said shrine. After Feng arrived, he discovered that players crowded around the entrance to White Fog Canyon. There were tens of thousands of players. However, although all of the guilds of White River City had come, the majority consisted of independent players. Guild leader, from our investigations, we discovered that Overwhelming Smile has dispatched over 6,000 members to White Fog Canyon, Emperor's Light has sent over 2,000, Assassin's Alliance has sent over 2,000 players, and Ouroboros has also sent over 3,000 players. All of these players are elites who are level 21 and above. Yet, we've only brought 500 members with us. Do we really have enough players? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. It's enough. Having too many people isn't necessarily a good thing. Moreover, our goal is different, Feng stated. Before his arrival, Feng had done his own calculations. White Fog Canyon was not particularly large. The crash sites were also limited in number. 500 people were just about right for the task he had in mind. Sending any more would just be a waste of manpower. Are we not going to the ruined shrine? Aqua Rose was greatly surprised. Had they not gathered the top combatants of the guild to raid the Great Lord inside the ruined shrine? It would not benefit Zero Wing if Overwhelming Smile managed to raid the Great Lord successfully first. Currently, their guild also had quite a number of Tier 1 players. Compared to Overwhelming Smile, they would have a much easier time raiding the Great Lord. Yet, that wasn't their goal. How could a Great Lord be defeated that easily? We are here simply to level up. Even if we want to defeat a level 25 Great Lord, at the very least, everyone must be at 25 or above. Since they wish to raid it, just let them raid it, Shi Feng laughed. What was a Great Lord? A Great Lord was a monster would only appear as the final boss of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. With only a group of Tier 0 players, what could they possibly hope to achieve? Even if they drowned the Great Lord with corpses, the price they would pay would be unimaginable. In the past, many guilds had attempted to raid the level 25 Great Lord inside the ruined shrine. Chapter 413, White Fog Canyon. As Shi Feng marked locations on the system map, more players continued to arrive at White Fog Canyon. When Shi Feng had arrived, he had changed his appearance to Black Flame. As a result, he received an extraordinary amount of attention. Wow! Isn't that guild leader Black Flame? He's so powerful. Just looking at him makes my heart pound. It would be great if I could become friends with him. Why don't you look in the mirror first? Guild leader Black Flame is the #1 expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Meeting him alone is a rare chance, much less becoming friends with him. Sure enough, One-Hit Azura is here as well. Things in the White Fog Canyon will be more interesting now. No duh. Overwhelming Smile's influence in White River City continues to grow. If Zero Wing fails to achieve anything in the competition over White Fog Canyon, it will become the laughingstock of White River City. However, Overwhelming Smile has dispatched an impressive army of players. Look, even Overwhelming Smile's branch leader, Lone Tyrant, has shown up. A huge war is going to break out over the canyon. I hurried here specifically to watch this war unfold. Upon seeing Shi Feng, many players began to discuss Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. Currently, the atmosphere surrounding White River City grew increasingly tense with each passing day. Despite Overwhelming Smile's clear attempts to suppress Zero Wing, it had not acted directly. Thus far, it had only employed various plots to poach the members of Zero Wing. It was as if Overwhelming Smile was dead set on stealing every single member from Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's guild showed no signs of taking action. The guild had only declared that all members who withdrew from Zero Wing were permanently barred from joining the guild again in the future. At the same time, Zero Wing also lowered their recruitment criteria. Both sides appeared strangely calm as they maintained a delicate balance. No one knew what these guilds were thinking. There was a faint feeling of a storm brewing behind the scenes. Now that these guilds had gathered in the White Fog Canyon, they were both on high alert for each other. When Lone Tyrant saw Shi Feng, his eyes turned bloodshot as killing intent radiated from his body. He glared at Shi Feng as if the man was his greatest enemy. Any expert could feel Lone Tyrant's killing intent. Naturally, Shi Feng was no exception. Guild leader, it seems that Lone Tyrant's hatred for you is quite intense. Despite the fact that you've killed him several times, he refuses to learn his lesson, Aqua Rose giggled. He can only act this rampant because he has Overwhelming Smile backing him. Why don't we head over and kill him again? We can use this chance to massacre Overwhelming Smile and relieve some stress, Blackie snarled. Fire Dance stepped forward and said, I alone will be enough to kill him. Shi Feng, who had busied himself with the system map all this time, simply smiled and said, ignore him. We have more important matters to tend to. Fire Dance, you, especially, have much to do. Shi Feng thought little of Lone Tyrant. The one Shi Feng was truly worried about was the Overwhelming Smile branch based in Maple City and the several surrounding cities controlled by Underworld. At this moment, a graceful and quiet woman standing beside Lone Tyrant softly reminded him, "Brother Tyrant, we have not come here to wage war with Zero Wing. Don't forget our goal." Listening to this woman's words, Lone Tyrant shot Shifeng a glare before turning to enter the White Fog Canyon. The graceful woman then looked at Shifeng and the others, sending them a faint smile before she followed after Lone Tyrant and led the army of over 6,000 players into the White Fog Canyon. "I remember seeing that woman the last time I killed South Wolf. I think she was called Yulan." For Lone Tyrant acts so subserviently, it seems that her status is quite high. Naturally, Shifeng noticed the woman who had smiled at them, uncertainty filling his gaze. Shifeng had only paid attention to Yulan because of his intuition. He could feel an indescribable sense of danger from the woman, yet, after using omniscient eyes to inspect Yulan, Shifeng discovered that the woman was merely a level 24 tier 0 summoner. There was nothing special about her at all. Shifeng began to doubt his intuition. After Overwhelming Smile entered the canyon, the other guilds promptly followed. Only Shifeng and the others lingered at the entrance. Guild leader, Overwhelming Smile, Emperor's Light, and Assassin's Alliance have already entered. "Are we not going in yet?" Aqua Rose asked as she watched guild after guild enter the White Fog Canyon. "In a moment. I'll be done soon," Shifeng leisurely responded. White Fog Canyon was a level 20 to level 30 grinding area. Or rather, it had been originally. However, after the meteorite shower, the monsters inside had gone berserk and had become far more difficult to deal with. At the very least, the White Fog Canyon was no longer suitable for ordinary players around level 20. When in a berserk state, monsters' damage and attack speed would increase by a minimum of 30%. With this increase, a common monster would possess the combat power of an elite monster and so on. However, this was only the beginning. As time passed, the monsters within White Fog Canyon would also grow stronger and more numerous. Soon, even the weakest monsters inside the canyon would become elites, while a majority of the monsters would be special elites. There would also be quite a number of chieftains and lords. Moreover, all these monsters would have also entered a berserk state. Just thinking about this gave one goosebumps. Based on how long it had been since the meteorite shower, Shifeng could say with certainty that there were no longer any common monsters inside White Fog Canyon. At the very minimum, the monsters inside the canyon would be elites. Moreover, the monsters would move in groups and respawn very quickly. There would also be many danger spots inside the canyon. Meanwhile, the core area of the White Fog Canyon spoke for itself. The results of rushing in unprepared were obvious. Currently, the baseline for entering White Fog Canyon was level 20 tier 1 or around level 30 tier 0. Although players could improve their chances by going in with larger numbers, this canyon was still significantly dangerous. Therefore, Shifeng had sketched out a new map of the White Fog Canyon based on his memories of the past. On the new map, he had made sure to indicate locations that they needed to avoid. He had also marked a few mining spots and danger spots. Although it was a time-consuming task, this new map would undeniably reduce the losses his guild members suffered. The minutes crawled by. While Shifeng was busy trying to recall the White Fog Canyon, over a dozen minutes had passed since the crowd of independent players and guilds had entered White Fog Canyon. Suddenly, the members of Zero Wing, who had waited silently at the canyon's entrance, noticed many players exiting the canyon. These players looked pitiful. They left in parties of 2s and 3s, not a single complete party passed the watching Zero Wing players. Unable to contain his curiosity, Blackie walked over and asked, "What happened to you guys? It's only been around 10 minutes since you went in. How did you guys end up in such sorry states so quickly?" These players had relatively powerful equipment. They were fully geared in bronze equipment at the very minimum. Logically, a party of such caliber should not have any issues dealing with a level 22 or 23 special elite. Yet, all of these parties had lost at least half of their members. "What do you know?" The monsters inside White Fog Canyon are all Berserk elites. Even our level 21 shield warrior could only take a dozen hits at most. Facing one was hard enough. Yet, for some reason, the monsters in there move in groups of 3 at least. They also have a massive aggro range, so they are easy to pull. Many had party wiped, and we only managed to escape after much difficulty. We've decided to level elsewhere until we hit level 25 at least, a level 21 veteran player replied, sighing. At this moment, his heart still trembled when he thought back to those groups of elite monsters. Chapter 4:14, Beast War. Every Zero Wing member laughed when they heard these independent players. In the end, independent players only amounted to so much. Even with a party of 6, 2 or 3 elites had been too much for them. They were truly weak. Guild leader is being too cautious. How could an independent party's strength compare to ours? Now that Overwhelming Smile has taken the lead, won't those bastards claim the Great Lord kill? It shouldn't be possible. It's a Great Lord. Overwhelming Smile has dispatched over 6,000 members for this, and all of them are elites. Killing a Great Lord should be child's play to them. Indeed. Even though a Great Lord is very powerful, with 6,000 players, they could simply exhaust it to death. I really don't understand what the guild leader is thinking. Everyone has already arrived, yet, we're just standing here. By the time we enter, who knows how many elite monsters the other guilds will have killed already. Why are we here anyway? While the members of Zero Wing grumbled about Shifeng's approach, a team of several hundred players left the White Fog Canyon. These players' equipment looked uniform, and they all wore the same guild emblem on their chests. They were clearly a guild team. What's up with these people? The crowd from Zero Wing grew curious as they watched the members of this guild team, disgrace haunting these players' expressions. Following which, another large wave of players came out of White Fog Canyon, these players also belonging to a guild. However, the second guild team had far more members than the first. Moreover, instead of slowly walking out of the canyon, these players ran in a panic. This scene thoroughly confused the Zero Wing members waiting by the canyon's entrance. Had these people gone insane? Wait! There's something behind them, one of Zero Wing's level 22 rangers with the eagle eyes skill said. Everyone from Zero Wing then shifted their gazes and were immediately dumbfounded by what they saw. Previously, they had not been able to get a clear view due to being too far away. Now that it had come to them, they could finally see it. Behind the frantically running players, thousands of crimson-eyed battle monkeys stormed after them. These bloodthirsty monkeys released frenzied roars as they charged at the escaping players like a tsunami, devouring everything in their path. Crimson-eyed battle monkeys, elite rank. Level 22. HP 16,000/16,000. Although these crimson-eyed battle monkeys did not have a lot of HP, compared to players, their bodies were half a size larger. Not only were they nimble and powerful, but they also possessed naturally long arms. In addition, they wielded weapons and were also capable of using these weapons as proficient as players. Defeating these monsters would not be easy. Meanwhile, among these thousands of crimson-eyed battle monkeys, there were also a few larger armored battle monkeys squeezed in. These armored battle monkeys were covered in scars, a testament to the many battles they had fought. Compared to the elite-ranked crimson-eyed battle monkeys, the armored battle monkeys were much stronger. It was not just because of their ranks as special elites, but more so because of their combat techniques, which were far superior than ordinary players. Armored battle monkeys, Special Elite. Level 24. HP 54,000/54,000. Moreover, whenever the tide of battle monkeys caught up to some of the escaping players, they would only tackle and hack said players to death in groups of 3 to 5, not every battle monkey would stop to attack. Although frenzied, these battle monkeys fought with intelligence and organization. More players continued to die. Save me. Save me, please. I don't want to die. Many players screamed as the battle monkeys caught up to them. As for resisting, most of them had forgotten how to do that. The players of God's domain had never experienced such horrific slaughter before, and their legs had long since gone limp with fear. At this moment, only those who possessed a strong heart managed to keep running, whereas the weaker-willed players had died under the monster tsunami. Although some of the escaping players were also attacking as they ran, there were simply too many battle monkeys. Retaliation was no different than pouring a cup of water into a raging inferno. After a short moment, over 100 players had died. In the end, the players who escaped the White Fog Canyon numbered less than 500. These players had even implicated the guild team that had escaped before them, causing the latter to suffer another loss of over 100 players. After watching the massacre, the idle members of Zero Wing were stupefied. These battle monkeys were terrifying. Are these really monsters? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. The battle monkeys had behaved completely different from the monsters they had seen and fought before. Fighting these monsters was no longer grinding. Rather, it looked more like a full-blown war. At this moment, the Zero Wing members who had previously complained about Shifeng's decision fell silent. Now, they only admired Shifeng's forethought. If they had not witnessed this scene and had foolishly charged into White Fog Canyon, it was highly possible that they would have suffered a similar fate to those players. As for the other guild members, they looked at Shifeng with even greater reverence now. While the crowd from Zero Wing continued to linger around the entrance, one guild team after another fled the canyon. As for the independent parties, very few had managed to escape as practically all of them had died inside the canyon. Instead of calling the White Fog Canyon a precious grinding spot, it was more like a gigantic meat grinder. "Alright, let's join the party," Shifeng said after he finished organizing his map. He then said in the team chat, "You've seen for yourselves the various guild teams that have escaped. Most of those guild teams have more members than we do. However, as you can see, only half of them made it out alive. You can imagine for yourselves just how dangerous White Fog Canyon is, so I hope that everyone will obey the commands given to you. Do not take any arbitrary actions. If anyone violates their orders, I will deal with you personally." The crowd involuntarily trembled upon hearing Shifeng's words, tensing unconsciously. "Since no one has any issues, stand by the groups and formations previously arranged." Shifeng nodded and said, "Let's head in, then." After the meteorite shower, White Fog Canyon had ceased to be a grinding area. It was more like a super large-scale dungeon. Obtaining the Starfire ore would not be an easy task. Instead of grinding monsters, they were about to wage war inside the canyon. Danger lurked around every corner of the map. Inside the canyon, they did not need to look for the battle monkeys, as the battle monkeys had long since been ready to ambush them. Hence, they needed to stay vigilant inside the canyon. The formation Shifeng had organized scattered the MTs around the team, whereas healers and ranged classes were safer in the center of the group. As for the assassins, they were sent to scout ahead, reporting back any activities they discovered so as to avoid an ambush. Under Shifeng's lead, the Zero Wing team quickly arrived at the inner region of the White Fog Canyon. During this period, everyone had experienced several battles, and the battle monkeys they killed numbered over 1,000. Everyone's experience bars rose significantly as a result. They had also obtained plenty of level 20 and above bronze equipment and materials. Most importantly, the team had suffered 0 casualties throughout the journey. This situation caused everyone's reverence towards Shifeng to soar once more. Previously, everyone had simply thought of Shifeng as someone with impressive strength. They had never expected him to be a superior leader as well. Suddenly, Fire Dance, who was in stealth in a nearby tree, reported in the team chat, "Guild leader, a group of nearly 300 battle monkeys currently approaches from the left side of the team. Contact in roughly 30 seconds. Guild leader, a group of close to 400 crimson-eyed battle monkeys approaches from the rear." There are also a dozen or so armored battle monkeys with them. They will reach the team's current location in roughly 1 minute, Flying Shadow, one of the 5 demon generals, reported. Everyone's hearts trembled upon receiving these 2 reports. The previous ambushes they had encountered had only come from a single direction. Now, these battle monkeys were initiating a pincer attack. Moreover, their numbers were far greater than before. The previous ambushes had only consisted of 100 or so battle monkeys. Now, they had to face a total of nearly 700. They were outnumbered. Chapter 4:15, Sword Practice. Sure enough, what will come, has come. Shifeng silently examined the system map of the White Fog Canyon. He was not the slightest bit surprised by the battle monkey's pincer attack, smiling brightly. The White Fog Canyon was like a dungeon. There was a proper strategy to raid it. Shifeng had been able to lead his party around the canyon freely with what knowledge he had in his previous life. With the experience he had accumulated, leading his current party would be a breeze. Compared to the past, the current White Fog Canyon was practically child's play. Back then, not only had Shifeng's party been required to deal with the battle monkeys, but they also had to deal with the sneak attacks and plundering of other players. This was especially the case when they faced the high-handed interception of the major guilds. These opponents were far more difficult to deal with than the battle monkeys. Currently, other than Shifeng, nobody else in White River City knew that the Starfire ore was the most valuable item in White Fog Canyon. Hence, this was the perfect chance for Shifeng to make a fortune. Nobody would bother mining the Starfire ore, so his chances of encounter competition were nil. All of the Starfire ore throughout the White Fog Canyon was free for Shifeng's taking. If this were in the past, he would only have encountered such an opportunity in his dreams. Everyone, run towards the narrow gorge ahead, Shifeng commanded through the team chat. Kola, your MT group will be responsible for blocking the entrance of the gorge. The other MTs, get ready to replace them at any given moment. Shifeng had already considered every situation they could possibly encounter on their way here. Shifeng also knew the topography of the White Fog Canyon like the back of his hand. A moment later, Zero Wing's team of 500 entered the gorge. Meanwhile, the Guardian Knight Kola, along with 14 other MTs, walled off the entrance into White Fog Canyon's inner region. Anyone or anything that wanted through would have to break through these 15 MTs first. At first, the Zero Wing members still worried about the army of battle monkeys. However, after seeing Shifeng maneuver his troops, they sighed with relief. They had never expected that this canyon would contain such strategic terrain. In such a narrow area, the battle monkeys could not take advantage of their numbers. Moreover, with this setup, they did not have to worry about a pincer attack, they only needed to focus on a single location. Shortly after everyone prepared their defenses, the first wave of close to 300 crimson-eyed battle monkeys slammed into their MT wall. Like the cavalry charge on ancient battlefields, the enemy's stampede shook even the land. The sound of the monkeys' bloodthirsty roars that echoed throughout the gorge sent tremors through everyone's hearts. Despite having already experienced over a dozen battles, Zero Wing's elites still panicked. Compared to the previous battles, this was on an entirely different level. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys appeared to be more organized than the foes they had faced before. These battle monkeys also seemed much fiercer, resembling the battle monkeys they had seen back at the entrance of the White Fog Canyon. Guild leader, these crimson-eyed battle monkeys look strange. I feel that not only have they become more organized, but they are also stronger than before. Aqua Rose frowned slightly. Inwardly, she worried that Kola and the others might not be able to hold off this wave of monsters. Of course. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys we fought before were merely washouts. Meanwhile, the ones we are about to face right now are the victors, so, naturally, they are much stronger, Shifeng explained as he nodded. Moreover, these crimson-eyed battle monkeys have a war chief at their backs. Look over there. As he said so, Shifeng pointed towards a large tree outside of the gorge. Standing in the large tree was a slightly smaller battle monkey covered in fine black leather armor. Battle Monkey War Chief, Chieftain rank. Level 25. HP 140,000/140,000. The Battle Monkey War Chief possessed the Warchief's aura, increasing the attributes of the surrounding crimson-eyed battle monkeys by 10%. An ordinary MT simply could not withstand the attacks from these elite-ranked crimson-eyed battle monkeys. It was simply impossible for a Tier 0 metric tons around level 21 to survive. Hence, the various guilds had been massacred upon meeting such monster armies. Watching the crimson-eyed battle monkeys charge towards them, Shifeng hurriedly said, "All clerics, cast sacred shields on the MTs. Oracles, use prayer barrier. Kola, activate guardian aura." Immediately, the guardian knights and shield warriors on the front line each received a sacred shield from the clerics, the shield being capable of absorbing a large amount of damage. In addition, there were also prayer barriers cast in front of them. These barriers could similarly absorb a certain amount of damage from the front. Finally, Kola's guardian aura increased everyone's defense. Faced with the physical attacks of the crimson-eyed battle monkeys, the guardian aura would be particularly beneficial. Zero Wings members' levels were, on average, higher than those in other guilds. For this operation, the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors dispatched were all level 22 and above, and each one had at least 4,300 HP. Among them, Kola, who was a level 23 Tier 1 Guardian Knight, possessed over 5,300 HP. There was also Yi Wumian, a level 22 Tier 1 Shield Warrior with over 4,900 HP. Just as the wave of battle monkeys arrived before Kola and the others, Kola suddenly shouted, "Aegis protection." In the blink of an eye, a faint golden glow covered every MT. Aegis protection. Tier 1. Reduces damage taken for all allies within a 30-yard radius by 30% for 12 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Simultaneously, everyone readied their shields to defend against the crimson-eyed battle monkeys' attacks. Bang! 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 The instant both sides collided, the prayer barrier shattered. Only the sacred shields still barely supported the MTs. However, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys' charge was overwhelming. Kola and the others were forced to retreat several steps before they could stabilize themselves. In the next moment, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys, which had stopped their charge, brandished their swords and sabers at the MTs. Their attack speeds were incredible, preventing the players from catching their breaths. Some of the MTs had been too late in defending against the oncoming attacks, their sacred shields shattering and receiving -200 damage. Without the protection of the sacred shields, the MTs received around -800 damage every time the crimson-eyed battle monkeys struck them, and this was after the 30% damage reduction of Aegis protection. Only Kola and Yi Wumian received damage below -500 points. If the MTs did not block the majority of the attacks with their shields, the healers would struggle to keep up with the incoming damage. I'll leave this to you all. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, you two cover my 6 while I deal with that war chief. After issuing the command, Shifeng activated the aura of wind of the 7 luminaries ring. He then activated Wind Rider and flew towards the battle monkey war chief. When one met a battle monkey army in the White Fog Canyon, they first needed to exterminate the battle monkey war chief. Not only could the war chief increase his subordinates' attributes and raise their attack efficiency, but it could also call for infinite reinforcements. Hence, players needed to kill the war chief as soon as possible. Players would simply be asking for trouble if they dragged the fight on for too long without killing the war chief. However, taking it out would not be easy. This did not mean that the battle monkey war chief was overly powerful. Rather, compared to the other battle monkeys, the war chief was far more sensitive to danger. When its own life was at risk, it would flee. Moreover, the war chief was also more agile than the other battle monkeys, as could be seen from its thin and lean body. Hence, players would find it difficult to kill. When the battle monkey war chief saw Shifeng flying towards it, it immediately fled in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, although the battle monkey war chief was quick on its feet, it was far slower than Shifeng when he had Wind Rider active. "Let's use you as practice for my newly learned void steps," Shifeng smiled faintly. Unsheathing the abyssal blade and Purgatory's shadow, he shot forward, hurtling towards the battle monkey war chief. Chapter 416, Dance of Blades. While Shifeng hunted the battle monkey war chief, the ranged classes of Zero Wing within the gorge began to take action. Cola and the other MTs had successfully held off the first charge. The healers in the back had also stabilized the 15 MTs' HP. The only thing left to do was to clean up the assaulting battle monkeys. Standing in the rear, Blackie had begun to chant an incantation, waving his staff. After becoming a Tier 1 Cursemancer, Blackie's damage had increased significantly. At the same time, he had also learned a new Tier 1 skill, Magic Synergy. Magic Synergy. Tier 1. Increases the efficiency of the caster's spells, improving spell effects by 30% and reducing cast time by 30% for 15 seconds. The density of elemental mana surrounding Blackie skyrocketed. Blackie then cast Stars of Light. Due to Magic Synergy's enhancement, both the effective range and power of Stars of Light had increased by 30%. In the next moment, a dazzling ball of light descended from the sky. Noticing this, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys responded quickly and tried to evade the incoming attack. However, while inside the gorge, other than advancing, their only escape was to retreat backward. Natural rock walls surrounded the battle monkeys on both sides, and it was impossible for them to scale these walls. With Cola and the other MTs of Zero Wing creating a shield wall ahead, and their companions blocking their rear, these battle monkeys could only watch helplessly as the Stars of Light descended. They also had no way to block this incoming bombardment. AoE destruction spells attacked from all angles. Unless one had magic immunity, invincibility, or countered with an AoE destruction spell of their own, there was no other way to defend against the attack. Boom! The instant the Stars of Light descended, a damage of over -5,000 points appeared above the heads of every battle monkey the spell struck. As for the monsters further away from the site of impact, they, too, received damages of over -3,000 points. Despite having increased attributes due to the Warchief's aura, these crimson-eyed battle monkeys still lost close to a third of their HP. However, this was only the beginning. Stars of Light had a duration of 15 seconds, and with each passing second, the spell's damage would scale up by 10%. After only 5 seconds, all of the battle monkeys within range had turned to ash, leaving behind a plethora of loot. A large section of the gorge was suddenly empty. Making a rough estimate, over 100 crimson-eyed battle monkeys had died. AoE destruction spells are awesome. Though it would be great if their cooldown times were shorter. Although Cola had seen Blackie cast the spell many times, his heart still trembled with excitement whenever he witnessed this overwhelming destruction. The scattered loot on the ground and his soaring EXP bar also exhilarated him. The EXP from level 22 elites was originally quite significant. Meanwhile, after the meteorite shower, the EXP from the monsters inside the White Fog Canyon had increased by 3 to 4 times. In other words, killing a single monster here was the equivalent of killing 3 or 4 monsters of the same level and rank outside of White Fog Canyon. After Blackie's Stars of Light ended, Yi Wumian rose from level 22 to level 23, his HP breaking past the 5,000 threshold. Everyone else also watched their experience bars increase by a huge chunk. Originally, it would have taken them several hours to gain so much EXP. Now, however, they had only taken around a dozen seconds or so. Stars of Light truly shone when used in a war. Not only was it massively destructive, but it could also shock enemies. Take the crimson-eyed battle monkeys caught outside the range of Stars of Light for example. Despite having received no damage, they did not barrel forward after Stars of Light ended. They stood there with stunned expressions, their previous fierce momentum had completely vanished. Unfortunately, AoE destruction spells like Blackie's Stars of Light were rare. Moreover, these spells possessed long cooldowns, needing a full half an hour. In a battle, such spells could be used once at most. Stop daydreaming. All ranged classes, attack those dazed battle monkeys. Aqua Rose commanded. Suddenly, spells and arrows bombarded the dazed monsters. Momentarily, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys were at a loss of what to do. They had even forgotten to dodge or use their weapons to fend off the incoming attacks. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen more battle monkeys died. However, one would be sorely mistaken if they thought they could get rid of these crimson-eyed battle monkeys so easily. As soon as these monsters regained themselves, they charged at Cola and the other MTs with even greater madness. Suddenly, the second battle of attrition had begun. Although the battle was vicious, compared to Shifeng's battle, it paled in comparison. Shifeng's current opponent was the Battle Monkey War Chief, a level 25 chieftain that had gone berserk. Inside a dungeon, the War Chief was definitely worthy of the role of a boss. Only, its HP was slightly lower than a typical dungeon boss. Shifeng moved in front of the Battle Monkey War Chief with a flash, blocking its path. He then activated Chop and sent 3 silvery gray blades of light slashing at the Warchief's thin frame, completely sealing off its exit. G. 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 The Monkey War Chief suddenly squinted its blood-red eyes as it screeched, releasing an intimidating power. It then took a step back, its right fist punching towards the convergence point of the 3 blades of light. Pang! The 3 blades of light shattered. The Monkey War Chief then took a step forward and swung its left fist, flames covering the fist as it flew towards Shifeng's head. The whole process had happened in the blink of an eye, and the Battle Monkey War Chief had launched its attack was a lot more accurately and faster than many expert players. However, the instant the Monkey War Chief's fist struck Shifeng's head, it felt as if it had struck air. Taking a closer look, the Monkey War Chief discovered that had only hit Shifeng's afterimage. Meanwhile, Shifeng had used silent steps and arrived behind the Battle Monkey War Chief. He then used Thunder Flame Explosion. The Tier 1 Thunder Flame Explosion possessed a brief area suppression effect when cast, slowing all enemies' movements within a 10 by 10 yard area. Moreover, Shifeng was now a Tier 1 player. Despite being only level 22, the effect of the attack-type skills he used would not have weakened in the slightest even against the level 25 Battle Monkey War Chief. Furthermore, Shifeng also possessed the Golden Stigmata, which allowed him to ignore up to 20 levels of suppression. Suddenly, the Battle Monkey War Chief's speed had fallen, having only 1/6 of its original speed. It was no longer capable of blocking or dodging incoming attacks in time. Boom! The power of lightning and fire assaulted the Monkey War Chief. However, it had a surprisingly high defense for such a thin frame. Despite being a Tier 1 Blade Saint, Shifeng only managed to deal over -3,600 damage to the Monkey War Chief. Fortunately, Thunder Flame Explosion forced the Monkey War Chief into a fainted state for 6 seconds. Originally, Shifeng had intended to follow up his victory with Hot Pursuit, taking the opportunity to damage the Monkey War Chief heavily while it was incapacitated for 6 seconds. In the end, however, the Battle Monkey War Chief activated Berserker Rage, becoming immune to all control effects and increasing its strength and speed. It then unsheathed the war saber hanging on its back and brandished it at its adversary. Suddenly, 9 blades of light wrapped around Shifeng. This was one of the Battle Monkey War Chief's skills, Dance of Blades. If struck, even an MT like Cola would die without question. However, Cola possessed a large shield that he could use to defend himself, he would have no problems blocking the majority of the blades of light. Shifeng, however, did not possess a shield. He only had his 2 swords. Good timing. At this moment, Shifeng could feel impending doom approaching. Yet, he neither defended with his swords, nor did he activate Defensive Blade to save his life. Instead, he activated purgatory power and charged at the Monkey Warchief's Dance of Blades Void Steps. Previously, Shi Feng would have never thought of confronting a Berserk level 25 battle Monkey Warchief head-on. After all, the Monkey Warchief was terrifying after going Berserk. Not only did its speed surpass Tier 1 players, but Tier 1 players also could not block its incredible attacks. After his match with Soaring Snake, Shi Feng had finally succeeded in learning the advanced footwork Void Steps. However, he had not found a chance to test his footwork again since that match. Meanwhile, the agile battle Monkey Warchief was the perfect opponent for Shi Feng to practice Void Steps on. The usefulness of Void Steps wasn't limited to PvP. It was also effective against monsters. After the battle Monkey Warchief swung its saber, it suddenly discovered that Shi Feng had disappeared. By the time the Monkey Warchief discovered his opponent again, the latter had already appeared beside it, casually walking past. Meanwhile, several bloody gashes appeared on its body. Chapter 417, Blade Liberation. In a withered forest located at the outer area of White Fog Canyon, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who had been standing watch around the team all this time, were currently dashing towards the gorge. Sister Fire Dance, guild leader, is too amazing. He can actually fight the battle Monkey Warchief, a Berserk level 25 chieftain, all by himself. With eyes filled with anticipation, Flying Shadow added, "I hope that Monkey Warchief can last until we get there." Flying Shadow, you're still in a mood to joke around? Although guild leader is amazing, a chieftain that has gone berserk is no laughing matter. In a moment, we'll need to be careful when we go in and support guild leader. We will lose our lives if we're hit by the Monkey Warchief, Fire Dance reminded him. Fire Dance felt that it was too risky for Shi Feng to fight a Berserk level 25 chieftain all by himself. Such a battle did not permit even the slightest mistake. After Fire Dance succeeded in her class change quest and became a Tier 1 assassin, she had wanted to test her own standards. Hence, she had sent the members of the guild out looking for monsters for her to test herself against. At the very beginning, she had required little effort to defeat a level 15 special elite. She then challenged herself with a level 16 chieftain. However, 20 seconds into the battle, she was already in a miserable state. In the end, she had to use Vanish and flee. Hence, Fire Dance knew clearly just how powerful a chieftain-ranked monster was, let alone a level 25 chieftain that was constantly in a berserk state. Sister Fire Dance, I can hear sounds of battle coming from the front. They should be fighting over there, Flying Shadow said excitedly. Many people wished they could watch the battles of the one-hit Azura. Some players were even offering to purchase unpublished battle videos of the one-hit Azura at high prices, hoping to learn a thing or two from watching these videos. Flying Shadow himself had also watched Shi Feng's battle videos over 100 times and received great benefits from doing so. However, at the end of the day, a video was still a video. It simply could not compare to seeing a battle live. However, Shi Feng's battles were simply too fast-paced. Even though Flying Shadow could witness them, there was a limit to how much his mind could absorb. Hence, Flying Shadow also wanted a recording of the battle to study it in detail after returning. To this end, Flying Shadow had specially asked Fire Dance to activate holographic simulation mode to record Shi Feng's battle. Before Flying Shadow had experienced a virtual gaming cabin, he had only been dismissive of the machine. Wasn't it just a 97% sync rate? The virtual gaming helmet also possessed a 90% sync rate. How huge of a difference could there be? The makers of the virtual gaming cabin were simply trying to swindle people's money. However, after Flying Shadow tried the cabin for himself, he instantly fell in love with it. Not only could the virtual gaming cabin allow him to display more of his actual combat power, but it was also of great help in regard to learning how to fight in God's domain. The holographic videos in particular were far superior to flat-screen videos. Unfortunately, there were only 5 virtual gaming cabins in Zero Wing's workshop, 3 of which were dedicated to the guild leader, Fire Dance, and Blackie. The remaining 2 had to be shared with other core members in rotation. Currently, Flying Shadow was not using the virtual gaming cabin, so he could not utilize the holographic recording. He could only request one from Fire Dance. That way, he could properly watch the video the next time it was his turn to use a virtual gaming cabin. In regard to Flying Shadow's request, Fire Dance was not opposed to it. She, too, wished to learn from Shifeng's battle. Then, she simply needed to give Flying Shadow a copy. When the 2 arrived at the scene of the battle, they suddenly saw Shifeng disappear, before shortly reappearing beside the battle monkey war chief and slowly walking by it. Meanwhile, a few additional gashes manifested on the monkey warchief's body, fresh blood spurting out all over the place. What's going on? The sight suddenly set off an endless ripple in Fire Dance's and Flying Shadow's hearts. Each of Shifeng's strikes only managed to deal around -900 damage, the 3 slashes amounted to just slightly over -2,700 damage. To the battle monkey war chief, which had 140,000 HP, they were merely scratches. However, the monkey war chief appeared even more furious after it was struck. Suddenly, the battle monkey war chief sent a barrage of attacks raining down on Shifeng. The monkey war chief started using Dance of Blades with greater frequency, sealing Shifeng's path of retreat every time it did so. However, Shifeng also dashed directly at the Dance of Blades every time, disappearing before reappearing. Shifeng was like the moon's reflection in the water. Although the monkey war chief could see him, it always failed to hit Shifeng's physical body. Meanwhile, the monkey warchief's HP also continuously decreased. For a moment, Shifeng had completely suppressed the battle monkey war chief. Has the guild leader learned a new technique? Flying Shadow muttered with uncertainty. Though he wanted to call it a skill, that would be incorrect. Normally, powerful skills possessed very long cooldowns. How could a skill that allowed one to disappear and reappear shortly after be frequently usable? It shouldn't be a skill. Fire Dance had been paying rapt attention to Shifeng's battle, and with surprise filling her eyes, she said, if it were a skill similar to instantaneous movement, then the moment he disappears, he should simultaneously reappear at another location. However, after guild leader disappears, it takes a short moment for him to reappear in our sight. Moreover, there is always an awkward pause whenever we activate a skill. Yet, there is no pause when guild leader uses that move. Fire Dance's observations were indeed on point. However, they only gave Flying Shadow an even greater shock. Players can actually carry out such powerful moves without using a skill. This revelation completely shattered Flying Shadow's understanding of virtual reality games. Guild leader seems greatly exhausted. It seems that this move places an enormous burden on one's mental strength. Fire Dance's observations were quite thorough, and very quickly, she noticed that Shifeng's complexion seemed somewhat pale. His eyes seemed slightly dimmer as well. Prepare to take action. In fact, it was exactly as Fire Dance had said. Void Steps was advanced footwork, a technique that removed one's own presence from the other person's brain. In other words, despite others clearly being able to see and sense Shifeng's presence, their brains would actively shunt this information to the subconscious mind and focus on other less relevant information, which would result in failing to see or sense Shifeng. However, such advanced footwork posed extremely high demands on its user, whether in terms of movement, breathing, and so on. Although Shifeng had already succeeded in executing void steps, and his proficiency improved with each subsequent use, the technique still placed a significant burden on his mental strength. Flying Shadow silently nodded. At this moment, he had already focused all his concentration on Shifeng, hero worship filling his eyes. Even though such a powerful move greatly exhausted one's mental strength, it was still very impressive. When the battle monkey war chief had only half its HP remaining, Shifeng was already beyond exhaustion. I guess using void steps to deal with a berserk chieftain is really pushing things too far. Shifeng smiled bitterly in his heart as he looked at the battle monkey war chief that grew increasingly fearless the more it fought. If he were up against a player, he could definitely finish them off after using void steps twice. The battle would not drag on for such a long time. However, this battle against the monkey war chief was greatly beneficial to Shifeng, as he honed his mastery of void steps with each subsequent use of the footwork. Meanwhile, when the battle monkey war chief noticed that its opponent looked no different from a tired dog, it squinted its eyes as it revealed a cold smile. It then brandished its saber, using Dance of Blades once more. At this moment, Shifeng was quickly reaching his limit. If he used void steps one more time, it was highly possible that he would faint on the spot. Faced with the 9 saber images that completely sealed his movements, Shifeng suddenly erupted with power. Blade Liberation. This was the Tier 1 Super Berserk skill Shifeng had spent 20 legacy skill points to learn. The skill's duration was only 20 seconds, and after that period, he would enter a weakened state, with all his attributes decreased by 80% for 3 minutes. If he could not finish off his enemy in 20 seconds, then only death awaited him. Meanwhile, the weapon Shifeng used Blade Liberation on was the level 20 Dark Gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow. Suddenly, the power of the Purgatory's Shadow flowed into Shifeng, his body started glowing a faint red. Shifeng then tightened his grip around the abyssal blade and slashed at the incoming blades of light. Chapter 4:18, Clean Break. Faint red glowing dots began circulating around the blade of the silvery gray sword, the dots closely resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. Upon colliding with the sword images, a bang resounded. Strong winds then blew outwards into the surroundings, sweeping the leaves scattered across the ground into the air. The battle monkey warchief's Dance of Blades suddenly vanished. The monkey war chief was forced back by 4 steps, and a hint of fear suddenly appeared on its sneering face. The man who was at the brink of collapse a second before suddenly possessed strength that could make others tremble in the next second. Even Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who were observing the fight from a short distance away, were stupefied. Guild leader's strength is amazing. Flying Shadow exclaimed. Shifeng had actually managed to force a Berserk level 25 chieftain to retreat. Even Berserkers, who were known for their strength, were far from capable of such a feat. If this strength were used against players, even if Shifeng did not use any skills, he could still finish them off with a single attack. It isn't just his strength, even his speed has received a huge increase. Before, I could still manage to see the afterimages of his attacks. Now, I can't even see his sword images. I can only barely see his hand swinging his sword, Fire Dance said, shocked. An ordinary burst skill would increase its user's strength and speed by 50% at most. On the other hand, the burst skill Shifeng used was simply too frightening. According to Fire Dance's initial judgment, Shifeng's basic attributes had, at the very least, doubled. Such an increase would improve his combat power several-fold. Looking at the battle monkey war chief, Shifeng slowly raised the corners of his lips as he said softly, "Let's start the second round, then." The buff Shifeng received after activating Blade Liberation had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had his strength increased by 100%, but his agility had also increased by 150%. Shifeng could overwhelm the battle monkey war chief even in a direct confrontation now. Gee! Gee! The monkey war chief screeched and bared its fangs at Shifeng. Instead of acting wildly like before, it calmed down and carefully observed Shifeng's every action. It even tightly gripped its war saber and took a fighting stance. "It seems that you're finally getting serious." Shifeng smiled faintly as he, too, shifted to a fighting stance, prepared to receive the monkey warchief's next move. The monkey warchief possessed very high intelligence, and it was no worse than ordinary NPCs. Hence, it was capable of using skills based on the situation. Currently, Shi Feng possessed strength that surpassed the battle monkey warchiefs. Naturally, the monkey warchief knew not to try to suppress Shi Feng using its strength. In God's domain, chieftain-ranked monsters were not only stronger than other monsters in terms of attributes and techniques, but they also possessed unique traits. It was precisely these unique traits that made it very difficult for players to solo chieftains. There was a large variety of these unique traits. Some monsters possessed extraordinary destruction skills, some possessed skills that enhanced their own bodies, some possessed very long-range attack-type skills, and so on. As far as Shi Feng could recall, the Battle Monkey Warchief possessed an ultimate move called Clean Break. Clean Break was a skill with godlike speed. When activated, the Monkey Warchief would swing its saber with a speed that could not be tracked by the naked eye, instantly killing its opponent. In the past, many Tier 1 experts had died from this single move. Even a level 30 Tier 1 Shield Warrior expert could not withstand it. As for Tier 1 assassins, a class known for its speed, they would be killed before they could even use block with their weapons. Even now when Shi Feng possessed speed superior to the Monkey Warchiefs, he still dared not take the risk and had directly activated Defensive Blade. Why did Guild Leader go on the defensive? He clearly possesses strength and speed superior to the Monkey Warchiefs. He should be able to kill it with ease. Flying Shadow said, surprised standing beside him. Fire Dance was silent. She had challenged a chieftain before, so she knew how powerful a monster of that rank was. She, too, could sense that the Battle Monkey Warchief was about to display its true power, which was why she silently focused her attention on Shi Feng. She wanted to see just how Shi Feng was going to deal with this situation. However, something surprising happened. Although Shi Feng had readied his stance and taken defensive measures, he did not wait for the Monkey Warchief's attack to look for an opening to exploit. Instead, he took the initiative to attack first. Earth Splitter. A blade of light emerged from the fractured earth, slashing at the Battle Monkey Warchief. Just as the mighty blade of light was about to hit the Monkey Warchief, the blade of light suddenly shattered, as if something struck it. Meanwhile, by the time everyone noticed, the Monkey Warchief's posture had changed. Its body had also moved 2 steps backward. It was obvious that the Monkey Warchief was the one that shattered the blade of light. However, Shi Feng's strength was simply too overwhelming. As a result, the recoil had forced the Monkey Warchief to retreat by 2 steps. So fast. Flying Shadow said in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Flying Shadow had not even seen the Monkey Warchief draw its saber. This showed that the Monkey Warchief was even faster than Shi Feng. 6 yards. Shi Feng roughly gauged the Battle Monkey Warchief's attack range from its previous attack. Clean Break did not affect the Monkey Warchief's movement speed. It only gave the monster a frightening drawing speed. However, its saber was only so long, so its attack range was very limited. Based on Shi Feng's estimates, the Monkey Warchief's attack range should be 6 yards. The area within these 6 yards was the Monkey Warchief's absolute domain. After identifying its attack range, as long as Shi Feng avoided moving too close, he would be absolutely safe. Shi Feng then brandished his sword dozens of times in quick succession. As Defensive Blade increased his attack range, Shi Feng could always maintain a distance of around 10 yards every time he attacked. Meanwhile, the Battle Monkey Warchief also rushed at Shi Feng while defending against his attacks, trying to get within 6 yards of him. Unfortunately, the Monkey Warchief's strength was inferior to Shi Feng's. Every time it defended against Shi Feng's attack, it would be forced to take a few steps back. Moreover, Shi Feng's speed was originally faster than the Monkey Warchief's, making it even more impossible for the Monkey Warchief to close the distance. However, Shi Feng's attacks were also unable to cause any damage to the Monkey Warchief, they were all blocked by Clean Break. Furthermore, the Battle Monkey Warchief's HP was continuously increasing due to its battle recovery. Sure enough, Clean Break is indeed powerful. However, what do you think about this move? Smiling faintly, Feng activated 9 Dragon's Slash. Suddenly, 12 phantoms of the abyssal blade appeared around Feng. Simultaneously, all 12 phantoms stabbed at the monkey war chief. The moment the 12 phantoms entered the monkey warchief's attack range, it was as if they had stabbed into a protective barrier. The phantoms were instantly sent flying backward, unable to hit the monkey war chief at all. However, Feng was far from done with his assault. In the next moment, scorching hot flames emerged around the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow. This was the effect of Feng's Surekill skill, the level 9 flame burst. It concentrated the power of flames to a single point for 12 attacks. Suddenly, Feng charged at the battle monkey war chief once more. Just as Feng was about to enter the attack range of Clean Break, he suddenly vanished. Although the monkey war chief was on high alert, it still could not detect Feng's existence at all. Moreover, it also needed to face the simultaneous attacks of the 12 phantoms. It had no energy to spare for locating Feng. When Feng appeared again, he was already standing directly in front of the battle monkey war chief. The abyssal blade was also only a short distance away from hitting the monkey war chief. Yet, the monkey war chief still managed to block the magic weapon with its godlike skill. Clean Break, what kind of attack speed is that? Fire Dance had been wholeheartedly focused on the battle. Now, however, she, too, was stupefied. In her view, Feng's sword simply could not be blocked at such a short distance. Yet, the monkey war chief had managed to do exactly that. How was Feng supposed to kill it? However, despite having succeeded in blocking Feng's attack, the battle monkey war chief had an extraordinarily grim expression on its face. In the next moment, the abyssal blade cleaved the war saber in its path, like a hot knife through butter. Immediately after, the purgatory's shadow slashed the monkey warchief's body with zero resistance. Following which, sword after sword landed on the battle monkey warchief's body. A series of 11 attacks struck the monkey warchief. Each attack dealt close to minus 10,000 damage. Some even achieved a critical hit, dealing close to minus 20,000 damage. The total damage caused by the 11 slashes completely surpassed the battle monkey warchief's 140,000 HP. The battle monkey warchief was as dead as a doornail. It's my win. Feng looked at the dead battle monkey war chief, smiling faintly. At this moment, he was mentally exhausted. He sat down involuntarily, his body unable to even stand properly. Following which, the sound of an emergency notification from the system rang out by his ears. Chapter 419, Mysterious Guests. Guild Leader. Fire Dance activated wind steps and rushed over to the fallen Feng. Flying Shadow, on the other hand, was completely stunned by what he had seen. He was still in a complete daze. Guild Leader, what's wrong? Fire Dance asked, panicking as she looked at Feng's pale complexion. Ultimately, God's domain was only a game. Even if a player entered a weakened state, only their attributes would decrease. The debuff definitely would not weaken a player's mental state. It's nothing. I'm just tired, that's all, Feng muttered a reply. I'm going to enter system sleep mode to rest for now. You two take care of the loot and meet back up with Aqua. Remember, continue to grind in the gorge and do not go anywhere else. The battle monkey commander was not an ordinary chieftain. It was a chieftain found inside the White Fog Canyon, far different than other chieftains. Without void steps, even if Fire Dance and the others joined hands to fight it, they would inevitably have to flee. If Feng had not used void steps during his battle, defeat would have been his only outcome. Feng's mental capacity had long since reached its limit. Now that he had used void steps again, he had exceeded that limit. Nothing good would come from a player exceeding their own mental limit. Hence, the main god system would automatically send an official warning, suggesting the player to enter sleep mode. Players could recover their mental capacity while in sleep mode. In reality, it was exactly the same as sleeping. Only, while resting in sleep mode, players could recover more thoroughly. After instructing Fire Dance, Shifeng entered sleep mode and logged out of the game to rest. Sister Fire Dance, what happened? Flying Dance asked curiously when he saw Shifeng log off as soon as he arrived. Guild leader is exhausted and has logged off to rest. Let's tidy up the drops here and return to the gorge, Fire Dance said, sighing relief. Logged off to rest? Flying Dance was surprised, his mind riddled with questions. This was the first time he had heard of a player needing to log off to rest due to a battle. Flying Shadow had once tried to grind continuously for over 10 hours. Although he was tired after his endeavor, he was fine after he ate some food and went to the hotel to rest. Now, Shifeng actually needed to log off and rest. However, after giving it some thought, Flying Shadow found nothing strange about this situation. After all, despite the Battle Monkey War Chief being such a powerful monster, Shifeng had soloed it with that mystifying move. It was unbelievable. Hence, it was not at all strange that it would take such a toll on his guild leader. On the contrary, it was perfectly reasonable. It would be awesome if I could learn that move. Flying Dance was still fascinated when he thought back to Shifeng's battle. But I think it will be very difficult to convince guild leader to teach me such a powerful move. No. I cannot give up. As long as I contribute more to Zero Wing, guild leader might agree to teach me if I ask. Flying Shadow's loyalty towards Zero Wing soared once more. He inwardly vowed to contribute his all to Zero Wing. After swiftly collecting the loot of the Battle Monkey War Chief, Fire Dance noticed Flying Shadow's dazed expression. At this sight, she could not help but chuckle, saying, Flying Shadow, stop daydreaming. We're going back to the gorge. Fire Dance could, more or less, understand Flying Shadow's thoughts. A player soloing a Berserk level 25 chieftain in God's domain was undeniably a miracle. Furthermore, the mysterious technique Shifeng had used shattered the common ideas everyone had of battles in God's domain. Hence, how could she blame him for being mystified? Compared to Flying Shadow, Fire Dance had a far more profound experience of the battle. She was connecting to the game using a virtual gaming cabin, so she could see and feel the formidableness of Void Steps clearly. The benefits she obtained from watching this battle had exceeded what she had gained from watching over 100 battles of other experts. Flying Shadow followed hurriedly after he recovered his wits. After Shifeng logged off, the members of Zero Wing took up residence in the gorge. They did not go anywhere else, luring and killing monsters in the gorge. The monsters in White Fog Canyon were numerous. Moreover, their loot was similarly bountiful. With a strategic location like the gorge, Zero Wing's players had nothing to worry about, even if they faced an army of battle monkeys. Their leveling speed here was several times faster than grinding elsewhere. Moreover, they also obtained plenty of equipment and various materials. However, while Zero Wing peacefully leveled, White River City had exploded with commotion. After the discovery of a great lord in the White Fog Canyon, everyone eagerly awaited news of the various guilds raiding it successfully. However, the results were completely unexpected. Despite having sent so many level 20 and above elite players, before the various guilds found the Great Lord, they had lost over half of their players. Suddenly, everyone's view of the White Fog Canyon had changed. Many players who had originally intended to rush towards the canyon to grind and level up dismissed their plans at this revelation. However, although many had given up on the White Fog Canyon, it did not prevent them from discussing it. Although most of the guilds in White River City had given up on the White Fog Canyon, Overwhelming Smile, Emperor's Light, Assassin's Alliance, Ouroboros, and Zero Wing, the top 5 guilds of White River City, still pushed forward in the White Fog Canyon even now. Everyone had their guesses on which of these 5 guilds would be the first to kill the Great Lord. At this moment, the teleportation array inside White River City's teleportation hall started to flash, and 6 figures suddenly appeared. The instant these 6 appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the players in White River City. These 6 people possessed stunning levels. Each one of them was at least level 25. Among them, one had even reached level 26. This player had actually surpassed White River City's highest leveled player, Blackie. However, this was not the most shocking aspect. The equipment they wore was what truly left others in a daze. The equipment these players wore gave off the glow effect that only a fine gold equipment possessed. They also had a few pieces of dark gold equipment in the mix. The level 26 Guardian Knight leading this party wore 5 pieces of dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, the quality of the bone shield on his back was indiscernible. Shockingly, this Guardian Knight possessed over 5,600 HP, an amount that not even the chief MTs of first-rate guilds had reached. Yet, none of these players wore a guild emblem on their chests. Clearly, they were independent players. It was astonishing that independent players had acquired such equipment. Boss, the people here are weird. Why are they all staring at us? It's giving me goosebumps. The country bumpkins here are just envious after seeing our equipment. This place isn't that bad after all. The average players here are around level 18 or 19. It's just slightly lower than ours. Alright, enough. We're here on official business. First, ask around for information on that one-hit Azura. Having their objective, the party of 6 exited the teleportation hall. On the street, any players who encountered this party of 6 would unconsciously move aside and look away in fear. Unexpectedly, Shifeng had slept for more than a day inside the virtual gaming cabin. What's going on? Why did I sleep for so long? Shifeng was stunned when he exited the gaming cabin and saw the time. Shifeng had several years of experience using the virtual gaming cabin, and this was not his first time exceeding his limit. In the past, he had only slept around half a dozen hours or so. Now, he had actually slept over 30 hours. This was the first time Shifeng had encountered such a situation. What? Even the nutrient solution that's supposed to last me half a month has bottomed out already? Before Shifeng could make sense of the situation, he suddenly heard the virtual gaming cabin launch a warning, notifying him that the cabin's supply of nutrient solution was quickly running out. Chapter 420, Conditions for Cooperation. Although Shifeng wasn't sure what had happened, he felt better than ever after leaving the virtual gaming cabin. Even his body felt relaxed. Shifeng exercised lightly, throwing a few dozen punches at the empty air in front of him. Every time he punched, he could faintly feel his fists piercing the air. My body has become a lot more flexible. Even the speed of my punches has improved significantly. It seems that the best way to train is with moderation. Shifeng could immediately tell his body's current condition after his workout. Previously, Shifeng had trained relentlessly, constantly maintaining physical tension. Over time, he would become exhausted. Even when he drank nutrient fluids, the effect was limited and would never fully relieve his exhaustion. After over 30 hours of rest, he was completely relaxed. As a result, he could now display his true power. Although his physique had not improved, he was now more flexible than before. This was something that Shifeng had always wanted. After sleeping for so long, I wonder if anything has happened in the White Fog Canyon. Hopefully, Aqua doesn't risk the team and delve further into the canyon. After Shifeng's brief moment of joy, his mind suddenly drifted to the dangers in the White Fog Canyon, and he began to worry. The White Fog Canyon consisted of 2 regions, the outer and inner region. The battle monkeys in the outer region were tolerable, and there were only a few traps and forbidden areas. However, after entering the inner region, not only were all the monsters there level 25 and above, but the majority of the monsters were also special elites. The danger in the inner region was many times higher than the canyon's edges. With only Zero Wing's 500 members, even if they had a few dozen Tier 1 players in their midst, they would suffer terrible losses should they venture into the inner canyon. Most of Zero Wing's experts were on the team of 500. If they died, Zero Wing would suffer for it. Worrying about the possibilities, Shifeng hurriedly ordered takeout. At the same time, he also contacted the game store and purchased a large batch of nutrient solutions. He had nearly depleted the nutrient solution in his cabin, and although he could use the gaming cabin without it, the nutrient solution was meant to counter certain situations. If he did not replenish the solution, should he exceed his mental limit again, his body would not recover to its peak condition like it had this time. After a short rest, Shifeng was ready to enter God's domain once more. Suddenly, however, his quantum watch rang. Looking at the caller ID, Shifeng discovered that it was Manager Xiao of Big Dipper Training Center. Why is he contacting me all of a sudden? Shifeng recalled that, regarding the matter of cooperation with Big Dipper, Manager Xiao said he needed to discuss things further with his superiors before making a decision. In the end, 4 days had passed since they spoke, Manager Xiao had not contacted him. Assuming that negotiations had failed, Shifeng gave up on the notion of cooperating with Big Dipper. Beyond that, Shifeng had been busy with his legacy trial, so he had forgotten about the matter entirely. Only after seeing the caller ID did Shifeng recall it. Originally, Shifeng had already prepared to start his own training center. In any case, he had 30 million credits from Gentle Snow, so he had the funds to start one on his own. After a moment, he answered the call. However, upon seeing Manager Xiao's appearance, he had to ask, "Manager Xiao, what's wrong with you?" In the image displayed by his quantum watch, Manager Xiao looked exhausted. It looked as if the man had not slept for days. There were even dark circles beneath his eyes. Manager Xiao was a martial artist, so his physique was far from that of an ordinary person's. He also had the benefit of the nutrient fluids. Even if Manager Xiao had stayed up for a few nights, he shouldn't look this miserable. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. It's nothing. Manager Xiao laughed. Master Shifeng, regarding our previous discussion, I've reported the situation to my elder brother. My elder brother held a directors' meeting specifically for this purpose. In short, we agree to your conditions. However, we have a condition of our own. A condition? Shifeng chuckled before continuing, what condition? Although Shifeng was physically only 22 years old, he was mentally over 30. He had experienced many negotiations before, so he could instantly tell that Manager Xiao was hiding something. Currently, God's domain's popularity had exploded. An increasing number of people had become addicted to the battles in God's domain, and many had lost interest in the fights in real life. Naturally, this would affect locations such as training centers and dojos. Based on Manager Xiao's appearance, Shifeng was sure of it. Big Dipper Training Center's business was declining rapidly, so much so that it had caused even those in power in Big Dipper to tremble. Hence, they needed someone that could revitalize Big Dipper. Although fighting competitions were becoming less popular, there was still a market for them. Only, other than possessing first-class facilities, Big Dipper had nothing else to offer. Compared to the dojo commanded by Jinhai City's champion fighter, Chen Wu, Big Dipper Training Center was significantly inferior. If they had a martial arts master to lead the training center, helping them forge a name for themselves and acting as a combat instructor, they could save themselves from their current decline. After all, the combat techniques displayed in God's domain were mostly evolutions of the combat techniques found in real life. We require Master Shifeng to compete against a well-known fighter. As long as Master Shifeng wins, we have no issues agreeing with all of the conditions you have previously stated, Manager Xiao explained. May I know your thoughts on this? Even a fool could tell that the big shots of Big Dipper wished to test Shifeng's strength and at the same time, increase Big Dipper's reputation. Meanwhile, to garner fame for the training center, Shifeng's intended opponent would certainly be powerful. Fine, but I have another condition, Shi Feng answered. Master Shi Feng, please don't hold back, Manager Xiao said excitedly upon hearing Shi Feng's reply. If I win, I want 5 virtual gaming cabins and 15 S-rank nutrient fluids. Shi Feng coveted the S-rank nutrient fluids. It was something that he could not buy even if he had the money. The virtual gaming cabins were similarly in high demand. Currently, Zero Wing's workshop was still in its development phase. If he wanted to improve the workshop quickly, he needed a large number of experts. However, ordinary experts of God's domain would not do. He needed top-tier experts. With the virtual gaming helmet's 90% sync rate, it was simply impossible to nurture a top-tier expert. However, until this day, Zero Wing only had a measly 5 virtual gaming cabins. Ignoring the ones dedicated to himself, Fire Dance, and Blackie, there were only 2 cabins available for the other core members of the workshop. If he could obtain another 5 virtual gaming cabins, although not every core member could have their personal cabin, rotating use should suffice. This, Manager Xiao felt cornered upon hearing Shi Feng's request. 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. With Big Dipper's connections, they could barely obtain so many. As for the 5 virtual gaming cabins, there were no problems on that end either. However, these items together were worth around 30 million credits. Even to a successful corporation like Big Dipper, this was not a small sum of money. Normally, they could have afforded to agree to Shi Feng's request. Now, however, Big Dipper's business was not doing too well. No good. Shi Feng frowned slightly as he said, if you can't do it, I can only look elsewhere. His demands were not particularly extravagant. After all, as long as he won the match, Big Dipper would double their profits. Moreover, 30 million credits was spare change to Big Dipper. If they were unwilling to pay such a small price, Shi Feng might as well start his own training center. Chapter 421, Did you transmigrate? Live combat was not without danger. It was especially true in a fight between experts, injuries were commonplace. Although the current medical facilities were top-notch, capable of healing a large majority of injuries very quickly, there were still some injuries that one could not fully recover from. Not even S-rank nutrient fluid could cure them. Moreover, martial arts masters were extremely rare, finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. Hence, it was incredibly costly to invite martial arts masters to face each other in the ring. Even a martial arts master who had recently become famous would charge an appearance fee of over 100 million credits. This was in the case of an exhibition match, let alone an official match. Moreover, martial arts masters normally fought using internal force. Internal force possessed great power. Even if an attack containing internal force did not strike a vital point, it could still cause significant damage to the opponent. Regardless of whether they would win or lose, martial arts masters would not agree to fight one another if they're without sufficient potential gain. Shi Feng's grasp of internal force had already reached the standard of a martial arts master. Although he was not famous in any way, he would not undervalue himself. His price of 30 million credits was quite reasonable. Shi Feng wouldn't have even considered the competition if it were not for his new flexibility. After all, injuries were no laughing matter. The higher-ups of Big Dipper must be dreaming if they thought they could get him to fight for free. This was why battles in God's domain were gradually replacing fighting competitions in the real world, becoming increasingly popular among the public masses. Not only were the battles in God's domain safe, but players also had no scruples when they fought each other. Furthermore, players in God's domain possessed physiques that far surpassed their bodies in the real world. They could easily perform actions and combat techniques that were impossible in the real world. Take void steps for example. This footwork had already far surpassed what ordinary humans could accomplish. It was simply impossible to perform in the real world. However, it was possible in God's domain. A fight between ordinary humans just couldn't compare to a fight between superhumans. If it were only a battle inside God's domain, Shifeng might have agreed without an appearance fee. Manager Xiao frowned in the video, hesitation appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, however, a disembodied voice addressed Shifeng. Mr. Shifeng, I agree to your demands. If you win, we will deliver 5 virtual gaming cabins and 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to your doorstep. Elder brother. The other voice from the call was Xiao Yan's elder brother, Xiao Yu, the true wielder of the power of Big Dipper. Xiao Yu then took over the call and spoke with Shifeng directly. Although Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan had very similar appearances, after being the chairman of Big Dipper for so long, Xiao Yu projected an aura of natural dignity and power with both his voice and demeanor. This aura made one unconsciously bow with respect before Xiao Yu. However, this aura of authority was useless against Shifeng. He was not uncomfortable around this aura in the slightest. When is the battle? We still need to prepare for this, so the fight should be in roughly 4 days. As for the exact time, we will contact Mr. Shifeng with the details in the future. Alright. After Shifeng and Xiao Yu set their appointment, the video call disconnected. Elder brother, Big Dipper has already spent a huge sum of money on nurturing the student fighters. If we spend another 30 million, it will have a massive impact on Big Dipper's future plans. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Yu skeptically. The premise of paying for those items is that Shifeng can win. Before the battle has even begun, you are already so confident of his victory. It seems that this Shifeng is not a simple man. Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yan. He then shifted his gaze as he examined the test record on his table, smiling. The data on the test record was precisely what Shifeng had left behind at Big Dipper. Such a young man is actually capable of using internal force and achieving a punching power 576 kilograms. Although he cannot compare to those other martial arts masters, he is still impressive. This appearance fee is not expensive at all. If we deepen our relationship now, it will benefit future cooperation. I understand. Xiao Yan helplessly nodded. Back in his apartment, Shifeng logged into God's domain. What is going on here? Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw the scene before him. As far as the eye could see, corpses of players and battle monkeys littered the ground. Some of these players were guild players, and others were independent. Overall, there were over 300 player corpses. Furthermore, there were even more players currently engaged in combat, with 5 to 6 players dealing with a single Crimson-eyed battle monkey. The players fighting were all level 20 and above, and they all possessed significant strength. Many parties here were far more powerful than the elite parties of guilds. Originally, the White Fog Canyon had been a forbidden area for players. Now, however, it had become infested. Shifeng was confused. He had only logged out of God's domain for slightly more than a day, yet, he was already so unfamiliar with the White Fog Canyon. Brother, are you alone? Seeing as you are level 22, you should have some decent skill. Why don't you join our party? If equipment drops, we'll split it equally. How about it? Before Shifeng could digest the information before him, a party of 6 approached him. Leading the party was a red-haired beauty geared with light blue scale armor. The woman had a forthright appearance, and the body-fitting scale armor fully displayed her tall and slender figure. She was no less attractive than Zhao Yueru. This red-haired beauty was a level 22 shield warrior, and the shield and one-handed saber hanging on her back were both secret silver rank. The majority of her equipment was also secret silver rank. Moreover, there was no sign of a guild emblem on her chest, so she was clearly an independent player. As for the others in the woman's party, they were all at level 21. Their equipment was also mysterious iron rank and above. Overall, this independent party was stronger than even the elite parties from major guilds. Are you referring to me? Shifeng asked strangely. At this moment, he appeared as Black Flame. Although he kept his ID hidden, there was not a single soul in White River City who would not recognize him. However, this red-haired beauty had actually said to him, "You should have some decent skill," and had even invited him to join them. Shifeng was speechless. "You're funny. Who else would we be speaking to?" The red-haired beauty laughed as she pointed to the surroundings. She then continued, "Are you worried that we will go back on our word once the loot drops? If you're worried, then we can sign a main god contract. You can relax with that, right?" At this moment, capable-looking male elementalist said, "Cloud, what's the point of wasting your time with this little brat? If he doesn't want to join us, then so be it. We are more than enough to deal with these crimson-eyed battle monkeys. We'll just earn less if we invite another person." Shifeng could not help but laugh bitterly as he shook his head. He had guessed that none of them recognized him. Or, to be precise, none of them recognized the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, Black Flame. As for matters like swindling equipment, Shifeng was not worried whatsoever. In White River City, even an organization like Underworld would not get away with stealing loot. "You guys are not local players of White River City, right? Why have you come to White Fog Canyon?" Shifeng asked curiously. "You're right. We are not local players of White River City or Star Moon Kingdom. We came from Beacon City of the Black Dragon Empire. However, that's really not surprising though, right? Many of the parties here have also come from different cities and countries. Didn't you know that? You couldn't have transmigrated, right?" Chapter 422, Warfire Set Equipment. Shifeng was rendered speechless by the red-haired beauty. If possible, he really wanted to say that he had not transmigrated, but had reincarnated instead. "Are there players from other countries as well?" Shifeng looked at the surrounding players. Confused, he asked, "The teleportation fees between countries are not cheap. With an elite player's income, it is simply impossible to accumulate enough unless they sold a majority of their equipment. However, if they did so, why would they come to White Fog Canyon?" Previously, Shifeng had spent close to 300 gold to teleport Aqua Rose and her 100-plus subordinates to White River City. On average, each person had spent over 2 gold. Of course, this was a little higher than average because the Storm Empire where Aqua Rose and the others had originally resided was very far away. However, even if a player came from the Black Dragon Empire, they would need to pay around 1 gold 40 silver to reach White River City. Only those powerful players might be able to afford such a fee. As for the party of independent players before him, even if they emptied their pockets, at most, they would have 20 to 30 silvers. Accommodations, food, potions, repairs, and such things required a lot of money, so it was not possible for players to save too much. Yet, among the crowd of players in White Fog Canyon, many had traveled across countries to visit. This was simply madness. "You came to White Fog Canyon without even knowing this?" The red-haired beauty's eyes widened, looking at Shifeng as if he were a fool. Suddenly, Shifeng was momentarily stunned as he thought of a possibility. "Don't tell me they've already discovered the secret of the Starfire ore." Shifeng's chest tightened. He then shook his head, denying his thoughts. No. Even if the secret of the Starfire ore had been discovered, there had not been this many players traveling to White Fog Canyon from other countries in the past. Although Starfire ore was quite valuable, it was not that easy to obtain in White Fog Canyon. The risks outweighed the benefits by far. Even in the past, not many players had risked themselves for the ore. On top of that, the levels of the current player population were much lower than in the past. With far greater risks, the canyon should not have attracted so many people. Moreover, in the hands of others, Starfire ore was not particularly valuable. Each ore was only worth 1 silver. Only by collecting 100 ore could one earn 1 gold. However, with the level and tier of the current players, the difficulty of collecting 100 Starfire ore was more difficult than clearing a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Shi Feng had considered Starfire ore profitable because he had the Horizon Alliance, a lifestyle guild, working under him. There were even a large number of amazing forgers working for him. With the Starfire ore, he could produce various high-level equipment and make a huge profit. Cloud, let's stop wasting time with this brat. If this continues, the others will steal all the remaining Crimson-Eyed battle monkeys. How are we supposed to make a profit then? The elementalist grumbled indignantly. Don't forget, we borrowed a lot of money to come here. If we waste any more time, our equipment will belong to someone else. You really do not know? The red-haired beauty asked again. However, seeing Shi Feng's confused gaze, she didn't think he was lying. Previously, she thought Shi Feng belonged to another party when she saw him. However, after observing him for a while, she discovered that Shi Feng was alone. A level 22 assassin would find it very difficult to venture so far into the White Fog Canyon, much less a swordsman. For this reason, she was optimistic about Shi Feng's strength. If their party had another strong player, they could explore further into the canyon. At that time, they would have fewer competitors, and their opportunity to make a fortune would grow. I really do not know. I haven't logged into the game for over a day now. What exactly happened while I was gone? Shi Feng spoke truthfully, a bitter smile on his face. So that's why. However, you really are amazing. Despite not logging into the game for over a day, you are still level 22, the red-haired beauty laughed. I'll tell you, then. One day ago, one of the monsters in White Fog Canyon dropped an amazing item, so we hurried over. We'll make a fortune if we obtain that item. An amazing item? Making a fortune? Shi Feng searched his memories. Soon, he laughed and said, might you be talking about the Warfire set equipment? That's right. It's the Warfire set equipment. The red-haired beauty nodded. Immediately, she rolled her eyes at Shi Feng, saying, so, you do know about it. I was just wondering if you had some other method to earn money, Shi Feng apologized. However, the drop rate of the Warfire set equipment is extremely low. Also, even if one did drop, it would not be sufficient to cover your travel expenses. The Warfire set equipment was unique to White Fog Canyon, and any player could equip it. If a magical class wore it, the set would generate attributes suitable to magical classes. If a physical damage dealing class wore it, the set would generate attributes suitable to physical damage dealers. If a tank class wore it, the set would similarly generate attributes suitable to tanks. Overall, the Warfire set equipment was very special. In addition, the Warfire set equipment was evolvable. It started out as bronze rank, and if one was willing to sacrifice a sufficient amount of EXP, they could evolve the set to fine gold rank. Meanwhile, the Warfire set equipment's level ranged from 20 to 30. Similar to epic items, it would level up according to the player's level. The attributes of the equipment would similarly improve. A level 30 fine gold set equipment. To the core team of any guild, equipment of such quality was extremely precious. It was incredibly hard to obtain even from a dungeon. Not to mention, dungeons had a cooldown time, making it far more difficult to obtain a complete set. Hence, in the past, the Warfire set equipment had been highly sought after by the various guilds. As long as they sacrificed sufficient manpower, time, and EXP, they could obtain a fine gold set equipment. The Warfire set equipment was the easiest fine gold set equipment to obtain. What do you know? The elementalist said disdainfully. Someone has already offered to purchase each set piece for 5 gold coins. If we collect all 7 set pieces, that person is willing to pay 80 gold. Moreover, this price was offered up 10 hours ago. Now, it's definitely higher than 80 gold. 80 gold? Shi Feng could not help but laugh. If they could really farm the full Warfire set equipment, Shifeng was willing to spend even 180 gold. Not to mention a level 30 fine gold set equipment, even the fine gold ranked arclight shields Shifeng previously made had sold for over 30 gold coins. In the past, there were many players who had sought to make a fortune through grinding for the Warfire set equipment. However, the set's drop rate was abysmally low. Only when guild teams had spent a long time grinding did they barely manage to obtain a few sets. Look at how excited you are. We need to get the full set in order to get 80 gold, the red-haired beauty laughed. How about this, if you guys obtain any of the set pieces, I'll buy them for 10 gold each. Shifeng decided that the red-haired beauty's party was relatively powerful. If given a few days, they might obtain 1 or 2 set pieces. It was not a bad idea to purchase the Warfire set equipment directly. Items such as a fine gold set equipment were mainly used for raiding dungeons. To an independent player, its usage was limited. If you gather all 7 pieces, I'll buy the set for 180 gold. Hearing Shifeng's offer, the red-haired beauty's party was stunned. Shifeng had so casually offered 180 gold. It was not easy to obtain so many gold coins, even if one had the credits to afford them. Not even the tycoon players could come up with so many gold coins at a moment's notice. However, they had actually met such a player. At this moment, all 6 had the same thought. They've met a godlike tycoon. Chapter 423, Final Cave. Are you serious? The red-haired beauty could not help but re-evaluate her opinion of Shifeng, going as far as using an identification skill on him. However, other than the fact that Shifeng was level 22, she could not uncover any information about Shifeng. The beauty's companions had similarly focused on Shifeng, hoping he would confirm their suspicions. Shifeng's offer of 10 gold coins for each piece of the Warfire set far surpassed any offer they had received thus far. Furthermore, if they could collect the entire set, they could sell it to this swordsman for 180 gold, making a fortune. Of course. We can add each other as friends. As long as you obtain the Warfire set equipment, you can contact me anytime, Shifeng said, smiling. What a joke. That was the Warfire set equipment. If he bought it for 180 gold, he would only profit. Fine gold set equipment dropped from level 20, 50-man large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, only hard mode dropped them. Only 100-man hell mode team dungeons would drop dark gold set equipment. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to collect a complete set. As for the Warfire set equipment, Shifeng recalled a few valuable farming locations for it. It was not because those locations had higher drop rates, but because the battle monkeys there were densely packed. The more monkeys one killed, the higher chances they would have of the set equipment dropping. Although Shifeng wished to grind for a few pieces himself, those locations required a sufficiently powerful team. With Zero Wing's current 500-man team, farming in those areas would be suicidal. At the very least, they needed a team of 500 Tier 1 players. For now, the only thing Shifeng could do was to enter the inner region of the White Fog Canyon and mine Starfire Oregon. Excellent. My name is Virtuous Cloud. We will contact you if we obtain the Warfire set equipment. Virtuous Cloud sent a friend request to Shifeng. Shifeng then clicked accept. Black Flame, is it? Okay, I will remember it. Virtuous Cloud nodded when she saw Shifeng's alias appear on her friends list. I will contact you once we obtain the equipment. At that time, make sure you do not reject my call. Shifeng simply smiled in response before walking towards the gorge. At the same time, he contacted Aqua Rose. Guild leader, you're finally online. I have some important news for you, Aqua Rose said, smiling. You must be talking about the large number of outsiders arriving in White Fog Canyon, right? I've already learned about it. Where are you right now? Why don't I see any of you in the gorge? What's the status of the team? By this time, Shi Feng had arrived at the gorge. However, the area was desolate, which worried him somewhat. We don't know where we are right now. We had kept to the gorge, grinding. However, somewhere along the way, over a dozen flame guards suddenly ran out of the inner region of the canyon. These flame guards were all level 28 lords. Their flame domain was simply too powerful. As the battle monkey army waited for us outside the gorge, we had no choice but to go further into the White Fog Canyon. Fortunately, we got lucky. We retreated to a place called the Final Cave. The flame guards were huge, they couldn't follow us into the cave. However, they've been standing guard outside the entrance, so we can't leave. Final Cave? Where is it? Shi Feng was surprised. He was very familiar with the White Fog Canyon. However, he had never once heard of the Final Cave. We don't know, either. The system map doesn't show our location. However, this cave is massive. There are also plenty of monsters here. Fortunately, there aren't any Lord-ranked monsters, so we have been able to cope. Aqua Rose did not know their current whereabouts. While Shi Feng had been offline, they had been busy escaping for their lives and had no time to worry about where they fled to. Add me to the team. And don't venture too far into the cave. I'm on my way, Shi Feng hurriedly said, frowning. There were many dangerous areas in White Fog Canyon, and it was highly possible that Aqua Rose and the others had found one in God's domain. Dangerous areas were forbidden lands for players like the cold water pool Shi Feng had encountered in the Origin Sword domain. If one did not possess the appropriate countermeasures, they would die with absolute certainty. After Aqua Rose sent a team invite to Shi Feng, she reminded, Guild Leader, you need to be careful. There are over a dozen flame guards outside the cave's entrance. Ah, I understand. Shi Feng nodded. After Shi Feng joined the team, he activated team tracking. With this mechanic, Shi Feng could locate a specific team member and meet up with them. The stone forest to the south. After activating tracking, Shi Feng could see faintly glowing footprints on the shattered rocks. These footprints belonged to Aqua Rose. The stone forest in White Fog Canyon's inner region was complex and chaotic. Even with a map, it was incredibly easy to get lost there. However, the paths in the stone forest were narrow, so it was the perfect location to shake off enemy pursuit. Along the way, Shi Feng cautiously avoided the high-level monsters as he followed the footprints. However, after tracking Aqua Rose for over 10 minutes, the footprints suddenly vanished. It was as if Aqua Rose had disappeared. How could they disappear? Shi Feng's frown deepened as he examined the empty space before him. There was no sign of any caves nearby, much less the large forms of the dozen or so flame guards. Shi Feng decided to explore his surroundings. Even so, he still could not find any tracks. Aqua Rose's footprints had just ceased to exist. Could there be a barrier? After giving it some thought, he could only think of one possibility. There were various kinds of barriers in God's domain. Some trapped people inside, some were lethal, and some even contained hidden areas. However, certain conditions must be met to enter a barrier. Aqua Rose and the others must have fulfilled those conditions, so they were able to enter the barrier. Shi Feng, however, had not. This was what had troubled Shi Feng. With a team of 500 players, who knew what they had triggered in order to enter the barrier? Who would even know what the conditions were? I wonder if the omniscient eyes will work. Shi Feng walked to the location where the footprints had disappeared. He then activated omniscient eyes. Omniscient eyes could uncover all information within a 100-yard radius, nothing could hide from it. After Shi Feng activated omniscient eyes, his heart skipped a beat. A light blue wall loomed before him. Beyond the wall, there were over a dozen flame guards roaming around the entrance of a cave. However, due to their massive bodies, they could not fit inside. However, they would certainly make it difficult for a player to enter. Flame Guard, Lord rank. Level 28. HP 700,000/700,000. As these flame guards were in a berserk state at the moment, they were far more powerful than ordinary Lord-ranked monsters. A single flame guard could easily exterminate a 100-man team. With over a dozen gathered, even an army of several thousand elite players would be nothing more than ants to them. Originally, Shi Feng had considered his options of breaking into the barrier. However, as if the flame guards outside the cave had detected him, they all suddenly turned to stare at Shi Feng. Emitting low growls, they issued blazing flames from their hands that transformed into a sizable flame warhammers. One hit from this warhammer could instantly flatten a player, burning them to ash. No way. Shi Feng gaped at the flame guards as they charged at him, stunned. Every one of them radiated malicious intent. Without hesitation, Shi Feng immediately turned and ran. Before Shi Feng could get too far, the faint blue barrier wall instantly shattered as the flame guard's hammers struck it. The lords then stormed towards Shi Feng. Chapter 424, Locked Dark Gold Treasure Chest. The instant the flame guards broke out of the barrier, Shi Feng felt a wave of heat wash over him, the surrounding temperature rising rapidly. This was the flame guard's flame domain. Any enemy within a 50-yard radius would receive a burning dot and lose 400 HP every 3 seconds. Currently, level 20 players only had around 2,600 to 2,700 HP on average, while plate armor classes only had around 3,000. On top of that, most players didn't have any fire resistance. Under the effects of the flame domain, most players would not last very long. Hence, compared to other lords, the flame guards were far deadlier to the current players of God's domain. Moreover, the flame guards had instantly shattered the powerful barrier that had hidden the cave. One could just imagine how powerful they were. Even if Shi Feng activated Blade Liberation, he would not be a match for these guards. Faced with over a dozen level 28 Berserk Lords, even as a Tier 1 Blade Saint, Shi Feng's only option was to flee for his life. Fortunately, the flame guards were not very fast, and with the dense stone forest hindering their movements, they were even slower. Moreover, the most frightening aspect of the flame guards, the flame domain, was ineffective against Shi Feng. With 60 points of fire resistance, Shi Feng was not even slightly uncomfortable inside the flame domain. On the contrary, he felt warm and cozy. Considering that the barrier had shattered, Shi Feng had an idea. Suddenly, he spun around. He then activated Defensive Blade and dashed towards the flame guards. Ayo! The dozen or so berserk flame guards roared as they watched the ant charge at them. They raised their war hammers, ready to slam their weapons down on Shi Feng. Shi Feng smiled faintly as he used Void Steps. After having rested fully, Shi Feng suddenly felt that the burden on his spirit was much lighter when he used Void Steps than it had been. Moreover, Shi Feng had a sense of familiarity that he never felt before when using Void Steps. Every movement felt natural. Before the gigantic flame hammers could strike him, Shi Feng's figure suddenly vanished from sight. When the flame guards lost their target, their flame hammers paused in midair as they scanned the area for Shi Feng. After the dozen or so lords searched for a moment, they still could not find any traces of their quarry. It was as if Shi Feng had never existed. Suddenly, the flame guards were at a loss. By the time Shi Feng reappeared, he had already passed the flame guard's blockade and was about 10 yards from the lords. Such a long distance. Shi Feng was shocked when he discovered that he could actually move more than 10 yards while using Void Steps. Previously, he had only been able to move around a distance of 5 to 6 yards before reappearing. Now, he could cross over 10 yards before he was discovered. Right now, he had almost caught up with the top-tier experts who had reached minor completion of Void Steps in the past. Before Shi Feng could rejoice about his improvement, the flame guards spat scorching flames from their mouths. Like a tsunami, the fire blanketed the ground, devouring everything in its path as it swept towards Shifeng. However, although the flames moved swiftly, Shifeng was not any slower. With the 150% movement speed increase Wind Rider provided, Shifeng had easily shaken off the inferno chasing him as he dove into the final cave. Immediately after Shifeng entered the cave, a notification sounded out from the system. System, you have discovered the final cave. The final cave's interior was dark. However, the cave walls looked like the starry skies, softly illuminating the gloom. With the weak starlight, Shifeng could see up to 50 yards around him. If he encountered a monster, he could respond in time. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the footprints that Shifeng had previously lost track of had appeared once more. Shifeng then gradually advanced while following Aqua Rose's footprints. Along the way, the more Shifeng observed the final cave, the more he realized that this cave was not as simple as it appeared. Many mysterious runes and pictures were engraved onto the cave walls, and they gave off a similar feeling to the runes found in the Eternal Courtyard. They felt ancient and full of divine power. Other than these runes, there were also many earthen puppets roaming inside the final cave. These puppets were around the same size as a player. Though they were somewhat slow, their flesh consisted of stone, their bodies were extremely tough. Ordinary weapons would only dull, and durability would decrease if they struck these earthen puppets. Earthen Puppet, Special Elite. Level 27. HP 100,000/100,000. Although there were many earthen puppets, Shifeng could easily outdistance them after activating Windwalk. Once he was a certain distance away, he would simply use Void Steps. As these earthen puppets lost their target, they discontinued their pursuit. After Shifeng had followed the tracks for over half an hour, he finally discovered his guild members who were currently resting. After not seeing each other for more than a day, everyone had leveled by at least one. The lowest leveled player in the team was level 23. Blackie had even reached level 26. Their leveling speed was something to behold. On the contrary, Shifeng had become the lowest leveled player on his team. When everyone noticed Shifeng's arrival, their eyes widened in shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Guild leader, how did you manage to get in here? The Guardian Knight Kola asked, concerned. They knew full well just how powerful those earthen puppets were. Not only did they have high magic resistance, but their defense was also powerful. Their attacks were just as frightening. To kill just one, they had to spend a long time wearing it out. However, those earthen puppets respawned indefinitely. Sometimes, if they took too long to kill one another would respawn the moment it died. Meanwhile, when those earthen puppets discovered an enemy, they would not rest until their target was dead. If they did not kill them, these puppets would overwhelm them. They had spent over half a day to reach their current location, yet, Shifeng had arrived so casually. Moreover, only 2 hours had passed since he had started to search for them. I ran here, of course, Shifeng laughed. Guild leader, did you not encounter any earthen puppets? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she stared at Shifeng who did not appear exhausted in the slightest. I met them, but I managed to throw them off. Shifeng smiled. Alright, let's not worry about that. Let's leave. Guild leader, we can't leave, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Previously, when Fire Dance scouted ahead, she discovered a locked dark gold treasure chest not far from here. She is currently trying to unlock it, while we're helping her fend off the patrolling puppets. A locked dark gold treasure chest. Shifeng could not help his excitement upon hearing those words. Shifeng could count on one hand the number of dark gold treasure chests he had encountered in the past. Countless guilds would drool over a dark gold treasure chest because there was a certain chance to obtain an epic item. Dark gold items were extremely rare in God's domain at the moment. As for epic items, most players dared not even dream of owning one. Shi Feng had only obtained a few due to good luck. No other guild had one. Let me have a look at it, Shi Feng said as he walked over. The 7 luminaries key Shi Feng had obtained from the god's grave allowed him to unlock up to 3 dark gold treasure chests. He still had 2 uses left. When he arrived at the dark gold treasure chest, he noticed Fire Dance trying to unlock it. However, the difficulty of opening a dark gold treasure chest was too high. Fire Dance's unlock skill level was not insignificant, and she had a very small chance of unlocking a dark gold treasure chest. However, after trying over 100 times, she had not succeeded. Let me try. Shi Feng walked over and took out the 7 luminaries key, inserting it into the ancient magic lock. In the next moment, a faint blue glow emerged from the 7 luminaries key and flowed into the lock. With a click, the chest unlocked. Chapter 425, Jack of All Trades. After the dark gold treasure chest unlocked, Shi Feng immediately tried to open it. The instant Shi Feng touched the treasure chest, however, a sudden sense of danger flooded his mind. He felt as if some poisonous snake stared at him, his body trembling involuntarily. Guild leader, what's wrong? Fire Dance, who stood to one side, asked curiously when she saw Shi Feng freeze. Shi Feng did not answer Fire Dance's question immediately. Instead, he frowned at the golden treasure chest in front of him, before examining his surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered that the terrain here was somewhat unique. The ground 30 yards around the dark gold treasure chest was slightly indented. Although the ground around the treasure chest was 15 centimeters lower, the difference was indistinguishable due to the large area and the dim lighting in the cave. To Shi Feng, whose 5 senses were extremely acute, he could even discover traces of spiderwebs. While adventuring in the fields of God's domain, one would frequently stumble across traps. These traps were very powerful, and in the past, many players had given their lives to these traps. High-tiered players were no exception. In the past, while Shi Feng was a Tier 3 Sword King, he had fallen into a trap, losing his life. Hence, no one could afford to be careless while adventuring in the wild. With the strange terrain before him, how could Shi Feng not grow suspicious? Fire Dance, stay 40 yards away from this place. Although Shi Feng did not know what was special about the area, he would not give up this dark gold treasure chest. Even the most inferior quality item in a dark gold treasure chest was dark gold rank. There was even a small chance to obtain an epic item. Although Fire Dance had no idea what was happening, she listened to Shi Feng's command and distanced herself over 40 yards from the treasure chest. As a safety precaution, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade from his waist. Phantom kill. A doppelganger suddenly appeared beside Shi Feng. For 40 seconds, Shi Feng could swap positions with his doppelganger instantly. Shi Feng had his doppelganger move 40 yards away from the treasure chest as well. Alright, everything seems in place. After Shi Feng prepared for the potential trap, he slowly opened the dark gold treasure chest. The instant he opened it, a blinding light escaped from the treasure chest, illuminating the cave. After the light dispersed, Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the contents of the treasure chest. A lone dark blue crystal pendant sat inside the chest. Previously, Shi Feng had gained multiple items from the dark gold treasure chest he had opened in the god's grave. Among those items, the most valuable was the forging manual for the dragon scale set equipment. Now, however, there was a single pendant inside this dark gold treasure chest. I wonder what's so special about this pendant. Although Shi Feng was slightly disappointed, pendants were extremely rare in God's domain. Dark gold ranked pendants were more scarce. Although it could not compete with the value of the dragon scale set equipment forging manual, it was still a considerable harvest. The moment Shi Feng picked up the pendant, a light blue magic barrier appeared 30 yards around the treasure chest, trapping Shi Feng within. A trap that imprisons people. Shi Feng carefully observed his surroundings, noticing that the light blue barrier had sealed him in completely. Guild leader. Fire Dance immediately grew anxious. Dashing up to the barrier, she used Instant Kill, a Tier 1 assassination skill. The skill allowed her to attack her enemy with astonishing speed while inflicting massive amounts of damage. It was one of the fastest and most powerful skills among the Tier 1 skills of assassins. However, when Fire Dance's swift and violent attack struck the light blue barrier, her attack was ineffective. The collision did not even generate a small spark. After Fire Dance attacked the barrier, the earth began to tremble. An earthen guard suddenly clawed its way out of the ground within the barrier. Similar to the flame guards, the earthen guard was a Lord-ranked monster earthen guard, Lord rank. Level 28. HP 1000000/1000000. Compared to the flame guards, however, the earthen guard's attack power and defense were far stronger. Although the earthen guard was inferior to the flame guards against a group of players, against a solo or a handful of players, it was significantly more devastating than the flame guards. So it's a twofold killing type trap. Shi Feng suddenly understood his situation. If any other player were trapped in this place, the earthen guard might annihilate them. Fortunately, Shi Feng was no ordinary player. When the earthen guard swung its iron fist down on Shi Feng, the air felt as if it had been blasted apart. Not daring to tarry a second longer, Shi Feng immediately swapped places with his doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng's doppelganger arrived inside the barrier and sent a chop at the earthen guard's fist. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had arrived outside the barrier, standing safely where his doppelganger had been. However, the difference of strength between the doppelganger and the earthen guard was massive. Not only did the earthen guard toss the doppelganger, smashing it into the barrier, but it also dealt a damage of over -1,200 points. The doppelganger lost close to 1/3 of its HP after a single hit. If it had not attacked with its sword, its HP would have fallen to critical levels. The earthen guard's second punch would have then finished it. Against the earthen guard, even Shi Feng would last a few hits at best. "Let's go," Shi Feng said to Fire Dance, who stood by his side. He could not be bothered to manipulate his doppelganger. "What about the earthen guard?" Fire Dance asked worriedly as she watched the Lord inside the barrier. Fire Dance knew about Shi Feng's phantom kill skill. Although Shi Feng's doppelganger only had 70% of his attributes, it could still overshadow anyone else in the guild. Yet, Shi Feng's doppelganger had barely survived a punch from the earthen guard. Its frightening strength definitely surpassed the flame guards by several-fold. If such a powerful Lord-ranked monster attacked the team, Cola and the others stood no chance against it. "Relax. It can't get out of there." Shi Feng understood Fire Dance's concern. Smiling faintly, he said, "The earthen guard should be the barrier's core. If one wishes to break the barrier, they would first need to kill the earthen guard. If the earthen guard doesn't die, the barrier will remain in place. Hence, even if the earthen guard were more powerful, it would never escape." With Shi Feng's assurance, Fire Dance relaxed. Unable to help her curiosity, she then asked, "Guild leader, what did you get from the dark gold treasure chest?" Not only was it locked, but it was also trapped. The item should be quite valuable, right? Right, I had almost forgotten about it. There was only a single pendant inside the chest. I'm not sure what its quality is either. However, at the very least, it should be dark gold rank. We will have truly lucked out if it is an epic item. Shi Feng then took the deep blue crystal pendant from his bag. As it was unknown, it could neither be identified nor equipped. What a high-end item, Shi Feng laughed as he shook his head. He then activated Omniscient Eyes and began his appraisal. Compared to other advanced identification skills, Omniscient Eyes was a jack of all trades. It could ascertain, perceive, and appraise. It was very convenient. During the later stages of God's domain, most items players found would be unknown, and such items needed to be appraised before use. As a result, players had another thing they had to spend money on: appraisal fees. The more valuable an item was, the higher its appraisal fee would be. As a result, many players had chosen to take on appraiser as a subclass. That way, they could earn an impressive income. Only, it was not easy to raise an appraiser's proficiency. Hence, if one wished to have an advanced item appraised, they needed to look for NPC appraisers. If a player managed to learn Omniscient Eyes, they could simply set up their own shop and work full-time as an appraiser. Their fees alone could grant them a life of luxury. Chapter 426, A Godly Tool. When Shi Feng appraised the pendant with Omniscient Eyes, the process actually required 10 full seconds to complete. Shi Feng had used Omniscient Eyes to appraise many unknown items before. However, those normally took 1 or 2 seconds, with high-end items requiring 2 or 3 seconds. Even dark gold items only needed 4 or 5 seconds. However, the pendant required 10. Jackpot! Shi Feng could not help but smile. Ornaments were much more difficult to obtain than weapons and equipment. Even after reaching level 40, a majority of the players in God's domain would still have around level 20 ornaments. Moreover, these ornaments would be low quality, with Mysterious Iron rank as the average, and Secret Silver rank as the more powerful ones. Guild leader, look at how happy you are. What sort of treasure is this? Fire Dance asked curiously upon seeing Shi Feng's grin. I don't know. Shi Feng shook his head. It's still being appraised. After 10 seconds, a notification from the system sounded out, signifying appraisal's completion. Shi Feng then clicked on the dark blue crystal pendant, checking its attributes. What? Shi Feng's eyes shone upon seeing the attributes of the pendant. Icarus's heart, necklace, bronze rank can be evolved. Equipment requirement, all attributes 90. Level 20, level 50, currently level 20. All attributes +8. Luck +5. Additional skill. Divine Providence, temporarily increases player's luck by 20 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Evolution condition, absorb the souls of 100 Lord-ranked monsters to evolve to Mysterious Iron rank. 0 out of 100. Although the Icarus's heart was only bronze rank right now with low attributes, the 5 points of luck were extremely valuable. More importantly, it had Divine Providence, instantly increasing a player's luck by 20 points. This offered a player 25 points of luck. The luck attribute was the most precious attribute in God's domain. Not only could it increase the equipment drop rate when killing monsters, but it could also increase the success rate when producing items. It was an extremely valuable attribute for lifestyle players, and it was an attribute that would never become outdated. With just 1 point of luck and players' current levels, their drop rate would almost double. Although increased values of luck offered diminished returns, 25 points of luck could still increase the drop rate by 6 or 7 folds. If Shi Feng activated Divine Providence when killing a boss, skyrocketing his luck, his chances of obtaining a high-quality item would improve significantly. Previously, Shi Feng had reaped massive harvests with only the 3 points of luck that Shadow's Blessing provided. Normally, Lord-ranked bosses would only drop Secret Silver items, fine gold items if one were lucky. With 25 luck, however, Shi Feng could almost certainly obtain a fine gold item when he killed a Lord. If he killed a High Lord, it might drop a dark gold item. Icarus's heart was most likely even more valuable than an epic item. Unfortunately, the equipment requirements for Icarus's heart were quite high, requiring 90 points in all attributes. Throughout Zero Wing, only Shi Feng could equip it. I need to kill 100 lords to evolve it. Its demand is quite high. After reading the attributes of Icarus's heart, many ideas flooded Shi Feng's mind. The Warfire set equipment unique to White Fog Canyon, in particular, was the level 30 fine gold set equipment that countless guilds dreamed of obtaining. Currently, Icarus's heart was only bronze rank. If he evolved it to fine gold or dark gold rank, it would offer far more luck points. At that time, it would be a godly tool when raiding large-scale team dungeons. Zero Wing was already the center of attention right now. If other guilds knew that Zero Wing possessed an item like Icarus's heart, they would lose their patience with Shifeng's guild. It was highly possible that they would unite to attack Zero Wing. Hence, Shifeng had no intentions of letting others discover Icarus's heart. Moreover, he would only make a fortune if he kept quiet about it. He would be a fool to reveal his hidden cards. Fire dance, we're returning. Shifeng smiled faintly as he switched out the shadow's blessing around his neck for the Icarus's heart. He then said, let's go make a fortune. Guild leader, there might be more treasures deeper in the cave. Are we not going to search for them? The final cave intrigued Fire Dance. She had discovered a dark gold treasure chest just by exploring this far. If they searched the cave, they might stumble upon something greater. Shifeng shook his head, laughing bitterly. He said, our strength is still lacking. We will only find our deaths if we delve further. If you don't believe me, go down this passageway, and you'll reach a large, empty hall. Take a peek outside the hole, and you'll know. Previously, while Shifeng still had omniscient eyes activated, he had perceived everything within 100 yards of him. Roughly 70 yards away, there was a hole that led to a large hall. Inside the hall, there were 2 level 30 great lords guarding a tightly sealed stone door. However, as the path was dimly lit, players could only see around 40 to 50 yards ahead of them, so neither of them had noticed the hall before. 2 level 30 great lords. One of such monsters could easily annihilate a team of several thousand level 30 elite players. With their team of 500, they would only die if they forged ahead. They wouldn't even be enough to fill in the gaps of the teeth of those 2 great lords. Initially, Fire Dance had not believed Shifeng and had chosen to advance. After walking for some distance, she suddenly froze. She had not stopped because she did not wish to continue forward. Rather, it was because she could faintly see the hole. However, Fire Dance could feel power and killing intent that gave her goosebumps radiating from the hole. She felt as if she would plunge into an abyss if she took another step. Fire Dance's intuition was undoubtedly correct. If she dared to enter the hall, the great lords inside would slaughter her mercilessly, thus, Shifeng had told her only to take a peek from outside the hole. Alright, let's head back. We shouldn't make Aqua and the others wait for us too long. Shifeng laughed as he saw the hesitant look on Fire Dance's face. Fire Dance obediently nodded. She then pouted at Shifeng, complaining, Guild leader, you're too evil. If Shifeng had told her there were such powerful monsters ahead, she would not have approached them. Fortunately, she had sensed them and stopped. Had she not, the consequences would have been dire. Relax. Those monsters are only guarding the door. As long as we don't go through the hole, they won't attack us, Shifeng said, laughing. However, after not seeing you for some time, it seems that your senses have grown sharper. You sensed the danger when you were halfway there. Upon hearing Shifeng's praise, a tinge of red appeared on Fire Dance's cheeks. Even so, she was still somewhat frustrated. Shifeng could sense danger from so far away, yet, she had to be so close. After rejoining the team, Shifeng led everyone to the path they had come from. Along the way, they continuously killed the patrolling level 28 earthen puppets. After Shifeng joined the team, the journey that would have originally taken the team the majority of the day was shortened to only a few hours. Everyone's experience bars had soared as they traveled. Shifeng had also risen to level 23 as a result. However, everyone was more shocked by the loot that dropped than they were by their EXP gain. Before Shifeng's return, the majority of the loot they had obtained after killing the earthen puppets consisted of level 25 bronze equipment. Very rarely did they obtain level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Now, however, more than half of the drops were mysterious iron equipment. Guild leader, we've tried fighting the flame guards outside. Unfortunately, we don't have any defense against their flame domain, Aqua Rose said, feeling a slight headache coming over her as she watched the flame guards outside the cave entrance. The flame domain is indeed a problem. However, we are not without solutions, Shifeng said, smiling as he looked at the surrounding environment. Originally, he had planned to lure the flame guards away from the cave. However, upon recalling that the Icarus's heart required him to kill 100 lords to evolve it, he was sorely tempted to take on the flame guards. Chapter 427, Raiding the Flame Guards. There's a way to deal with them. Although she did not voice it, Aqua Rose doubted her guild leader's declaration when she saw his confident smile. With Shifeng's frightening damage and support, it would be a breeze to deal with an ordinary Lord-ranked monster. Aqua Rose had also witnessed this before personally. However, the level 28 flame guards were somewhat different. Due to White Fog Canyon's unique environment, they were constantly in a berserk state. Their attack power and attack speed were far superior to Lord-ranked monsters of the same level elsewhere. Their combat power could rival high lords of the same level outside the canyon. If they only had to kill one flame guard, they had a chance. However, there was a total of 16 flame guards waiting outside the entrance. In other words, they had to face 16 high lords simultaneously. On average, they could only send 31 players to deal with each level 28 high lord. In God's domain, an ordinary high lord in the fields required a team of over 100 players to defeat. If it were a powerful high lord, then a team of over 500 players might be necessary. Furthermore, the flame guards outside the cave possessed a flame domain that covered a radius of 50 yards. Players who entered the flame domain would lose 400 HP every 3 seconds. Even with the healers going all out, it was impossible to keep everyone's HP from plummeting. If a team did not have high fire resistance, they would not survive in the flame domain. Aqua Rose really could not think of any solutions to their predicament. Without hesitation, Shifeng ventured roughly 30 yards from the cave entrance. He then wandered around, adjusting his position. However, the flame guards standing outside the entrance had long since discovered Shifeng. They all had squeezed against the cave opening, attempting to charge in and tear Shifeng apart. Fortunately, the hole was just too narrow, and none of the flame guards could fit through. Although these flame guards were unable to enter, the lords were no fools. Immediately, they materialized flame spears and threw them at Shifeng. The scorching spears released a blazing white glow, causing even the air to tremble. Shio! 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 A series of 6 flame spears flew in from the cave entrance, heading straight for Shifeng. The spears were so fast that their flight sounded like explosions. The ground that the spears passed over also erupted in flames. However, although the flame spears were fast, Shifeng wasn't slow, either. As the flame spears entered the cave, Shifeng moved. By the time the spears arrived at Shifeng's position, the man had long since moved 2 yards away. As a result, all 6 flame spears struck empty air. This spot should be good. Shifeng ignored the flame guard's attacks. He focused on calculating the lord's attack range and angle, leisurely appearing as if the flame guards had never attacked him. Guild leader's dodge is so fast. He even avoided those supersonic attacks. If it were me, I would have no choice but to endure the attacks. Cola sighed with admiration as he watched Shifeng effortlessly dodge the flame guard's spears. It would be awesome if I had just half of guild leader's dodging speed. If he had such a dodging speed, he might even become the #1 tank in Star Moon Kingdom, or at least in the top 10. Cola, you have many things you need to learn, then, Fire Dance chuckled. Guild leader didn't just rely on his speed when he dodged the flame spears, but many other techniques such as his insight and judgment. Even if guild leader was just as fast as you are, he could still dodge those attacks easily. Linear attacks are monotonous. As long as one possesses sufficient insight, they can counter them easily. However, the flame guard's attacks are too fast, and we are definitely not fast enough. Hence, we will also need to rely on accurate judgment to defend ourselves. The moment the flame guards launch their attacks, we need to make the most appropriate decision immediately and use the smallest of movements to achieve the best results. But that is still not enough. Look at guild leader's position. As a precaution, he is standing precisely 40 yards away from the flame guards, a player's maximum range. With this distance, even if the flame spears were 20 times faster than our guild leader, the spears would still have to cover a distance of 40 yards to reach him. As they do, guild leader has enough time to move 2 yards away. However, one must also have an accurate grasp of the flame guard's attack timing. If one dodges too early, the flame spears will hit them. Although it looked like a simple dodging maneuver, it turned out that there were so many other techniques involved. The top 7 ranged damage dealers come to my position and give it a try, see if you can dodge the flame spears. Healers, focus on healing them. Guardian Knights, activate your fire resistance auras and give the 7 of them protection blessings. Don't let them die, Shifeng said in the team chat after confirming the positions. The flame domain of the flame guards was indeed a powerful team wipe skill. However, they were not without a fighting chance. Shifeng had already experimented with the cave's size and distance. With a distance of 40 yards, they could fit 8 players with each having 3 to 4 yards to dodge, allowing them to attack flame guards outside the entrance. The flame guard was a lord-ranked monster that focused mainly on melee attacks, so its ranged attacks were limited and simple. It was certainly possible to avoid them. However, such a feat had a high requirement of a player's insight and judgment. As for speed, even if the fire spears were faster, they were not 20 times faster than Zero Wings core members. This was even the case for the magical classes. Shifeng had even purposefully slowed down when dodging the flame spears. Yet, he still dodged the attacks effortlessly. Also, as the effects of the flame domain did not stack, with the protection of the fire resistance aura, each of the 7 ranged players would only lose 300 HP every 3 seconds. There were over 60 healers in the team, more than enough to keep the 7 of them alive. The healers could also take turns healing. They could afford to fight a battle of attrition. Following which, the top 7 ranged damage dealers took turns attempting to dodge the spears. The 7 included Aqua Rose, Blackie, one of the 5 demon generals, the Ice Queen Su Qianlu, another 5 demon general, the Ranger Minor Wind, Violet Cloud, and 2 others. Although they struggled in the beginning, none of these 7 were ordinary players, they were all experts of Zero Wing. They quickly adapted to the Flame Guard's attacks, and soon, they could dodge the attacks effortlessly. After finishing with his experiments, Shifeng reformed the team once again. After repeating the process, they started raiding the level 28 Flame Guards. The moment the battle began, ice spells and arrows flew across the cave and bombarded one of the flame guards outside the entrance. However, the flame guard's magma armor possessed a frightening defense, and a majority of the team's attacks only dealt around -300 damage. Among them, Aqua Rose managed to deal over -500 damage, whereas Blackie dealt over -600 damage with his dark arrow. As for Violet Cloud, although she had already become an astromancer, her instantaneous explosive power was still less than Aqua Rose's, a Tier 1 elementalist, and Blackie's, who possessed an epic staff and was a Tier 1 cursemancer. However, even though she only dealt slightly more than -400 damage, it was still impressive. The flame guard they struck bellowed with rage, growing more violent as it threw flame spears madly. Fortunately, they evaded each attack. The flame guard was different from the bosses in dungeons. It only possessed 700,000 HP, and its battle recovery only replenished 7,000 HP every 5 seconds. The total damage dealt by the 7 players far surpassed that, and they could gradually exhaust it to death. At this moment, standing in the furthest corner, Shifeng tossed the blazing meteor, striking the flame guard. Suddenly, a damage of over -1,000 points appeared above the flame guard's head. Immediately, the blazing meteor's quadruple phantom effect triggered, causing 4 consecutive damages of over -200 points. In an instant, Shifeng became the highest damage dealer among the 8 attackers. Everyone was stupefied. Shifeng was a swordsman, not a ranged class. Yet, his damage thoroughly overshadowed that of an elementalist, a class known as a glass cannon. Moreover, this elementalist was Aqua Rose. If Shifeng were not their guild leader, every team member would have cursed at him. How were ranged players like them even supposed to make a living now? Guild leader, you're shameless. Speak. What did you eat? Why is your damage so much higher than ours? Aqua Rose was speechless upon seeing the damages above the flame guard's head. Originally, she had intended to surpass Shifeng in terms of damage output, satisfying her own little vanity. Now, however, even that dream had shattered. Chapter 428, Divine Providence. Shifeng simply smiled at everyone's surprise, not bothering to explain. His high damage was not only due to the blazing meteor being a pseudo-extraordinary item. He also had the 7 luminaries' rings aura of fire effect, which increased his damage by 40% and reduced his target's defense by 40%. However, the 7 luminaries' ring needed to remain a secret. Moreover, Shifeng was also a Tier 1 Blade Saint. His attack power had originally been high, so there was nothing odd about him dealing over -1,000 damage with one attack. Because of Shifeng's attack, the group's total damage overwhelmed the Flame Guard's battle recovery. It was utterly helpless. It could only roar furiously as it used its Flame Warhammer to defend itself against the 8's attacks while attacking with its flame spears. For a time, both sides were at a stalemate. However, none of the Flame Guard's attacks could land on any of its 8 targets. Only its flame domain could inflict any damage. However, with each player losing only 300 HP every 3 seconds, they only needed 1 healer per player to keep them at full health. As for Shifeng, he did not even need a healer. With more than 60 points in fire resistance, he could ignore the flame domain. On the other hand, Shifeng's team launched a rapid assault against the Flame Guard. Although the Lord had fended off many of the attacks with its Flame Warhammer, it had still received a significant amount of damage, its HP constantly decreasing. 95%. 94%. 93%. Time passed slowly. As the Flame Guard's HP fell, its attacks became frantic. The team began to feel the strain of dodging so many flame spears. Everyone's attack rate also started decreasing, slowing their enemy's HP descent. In the end, the fight that should have concluded after a dozen minutes or so had lasted over half an hour. Although everyone was bored from repeatedly dodging the flame spears, when they thought about how they could kill a flame guard just by repeating these actions, they began to feel reinvigorated. Moreover, they could also train their evasive techniques, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The members watching from 50 yards away were envious. After more than half an hour, the Flame Guard's HP finally fell to 15%. Suddenly, the Flame Guard's eyes glowed a brilliant red. The flames covering its body writhed and expanded as the monster grew several times its original size. The scorching flames vaporized the moisture in the air, causing a shimmering heat haze. Inside the final cave, aside from Shifeng, everyone was stunned by the Flame Guard's intimidating aura. In the next moment, the Flame Guard opened its mouth, gathering berserk fire-type mana inside it. Shi Feng exploded into motion, dashing between his teammates and his enemy. All of you, stand behind me. Healers, increase your healing. Shi Feng hurriedly shouted. He then switched the 7 luminaries' rings aura of fire to aura of illusion. Suddenly, all of his attributes increased by 30%. Simultaneously, Shi Feng also activated Fantasy World, gaining immunity to all magic damage for 20 seconds. As a Lord-ranked monster, the Flame Guard was far more powerful than other monsters, and this was its sure-kill skill, Ragefire Roar. When activated, the skill would deal a devastating blow to all enemies in a cone in front of it, burning everything to cinders. Even if Kola, a Tier 1 Guardian Knight, activated Protection Blessing, he still would not survive the attack. After Aqua Rose and the others received Shi Feng's command, they all promptly moved behind him. Shortly after the 7 rushed behind their guild leader's guard, the Flame Guard roared and fired a blazing white cone. In the blink of an eye, the attack devoured everything 50 yards in front of Flame Guard. White light filled the once dimly lit cave, and the temperature inside the cave skyrocketed. Everyone's hearts pounded as they watched the attack. This was practically Armageddon. Even the healers who stood 70 yards from the Flame Guard watched their HPs rapidly decrease. They lost over 400 HP every second, needing the assistance of their fellow healers, who stood further back, to keep them alive. One could just imagine what kind of damage those within 50 yards had received. They might have been instantly obliterated. The Ragefire Roar lasted a full 6 seconds, transforming the cone before the Lord into a blistering hell. After the Flame Guard's attack ended, the blast area in front of it had scorched black. Only the area behind Shi Feng remained intact. Among those present, Aqua Rose and the others' HP had fallen to critical levels, only Shi Feng was unharmed. If Shi Feng had not blocked the magic damage of the Ragefire Roar for them, they would have lost their lives instantly. Fortunately, Aqua Rose and the others had only received some damage from the high temperatures. Even after the attack, they still received over -500 damage every second. If not for the healers working frantically to restore their HP, they would have fallen, their roasted husks decorating the ground. The Flame Guard has entered a weakened state. Hit it with everything you've got. Shi Feng shouted as he glared at the shrunken Flame Guard. Immediately, everyone scattered and returned to their respective positions, resuming their bombardment on their target once again. When the Flame Guard only had 30,000 HP remaining and was about to use Ragefire Roar again, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence, increasing his luck by 20 points for 30 seconds. Shi Feng also gave off a faint golden glow, becoming a dazzling sight to behold. Shi Feng then used Flame Burst, gathering power into the blazing meteor. He aimed at the Flame Guard and launched a series of rapid attacks. One hit after another struck the Flame Guard, each attack dealing over -4,000 damage. After 12 consecutive attacks, the Flame Guard's 30,000 HP had vanished. The Flame Guard did not even have the chance to use its Ragefire Roar again. The moment the Flame Guard died, a large number of items scattered around its body. Ordinarily, a Lord-ranked monster would only drop around half a dozen items or so when it died. However, due to the White Fog Canyon's unique environment, the drop rates of the monsters inside the canyon had increased significantly. Coupled with Shi Feng's 25 points of luck, the Flame Guard dropped a mother load. With a simple glance, one could count over a dozen items scattered across the ground outside the cave entrance. At the same time, everyone's experience bars soared. The Flame Guard was a level 28 Lord. The amount of EXP gained from killing monsters inside White Fog Canyon was already high, 3 to 4 times that in the outside world. As the Flame Guard was level 28, there was also the bonus EXP from the level difference. Hence, everyone received an abundance of EXP. As a Blade Saint, Shi Feng required double the EXP needed by other classes to level up. Yet, even so, his experience bar still rose by 7%. As long as they killed the remaining 15 flame guards outside the cave, Shifeng would definitely reach level 24. Let's take a break. We'll start another round after we rest. Shifeng examined everyone's statuses. Whether it was the magic damage dealers or healers, their mana was nearly exhausted. Hence, Shifeng decided it was best if they rested before challenging the other flame guards. Moreover, they had spent the past hour dodging and attacking frantically. This had definitely strained everyone mentally. Hence, it would be beneficial to rest and prepare themselves for the next assault. There was also another important reason why Shifeng chose to take a break. Divine Providence had a cooldown of 1 hour. Now that they had such an amazing opportunity that allowed them to slaughter the flame guards, how could they waste it? Shifeng had to wait until Divine Providence was ready before taking down the next flame guard. Guild leader, what should we do about the drops at the entrance? Aqua Rose asked as she gazed at the pile of loot outside the cave covetously. There were still 15 flame guards guarding their exit, so it was impossible to collect the loot right now. Relax. No one else can enter this place. Also, loot dropped by monsters won't disappear for 48 hours. We have plenty of time to take care of the rest of the flame guards. Although Shifeng also wanted to dash over and pick up the loot, the 15 flame guards were not there just for show. After taking a short break, everyone resumed another round of attrition. Now that everyone had experienced fighting a flame guard, it was much easier to deal with the rest. Time passed quickly, and one flame guard after another fell. Unknowingly, nearly 18 hours had passed in-game. At this moment, the final flame guard died under Shifeng's hands. It, too, fell to the ground and scattered a ton of loot. Outside the cave, the loot of the 16 flame guards had grown into a small mountain, and the team struggled to contain their drool over the sight. Meanwhile, Shifeng had finally reached level 24. After allotting all of his free attribute points into intelligence, he was only 9 points away from reaching the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's requirement of 120 intelligence. Chapter 429, Overflowing Luck. I'm only 9 points away now. Shifeng smiled at his attribute panel. Knowing that he was only 1 level away from equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his anticipation grew. When he could equip the fragmented legendary item, his combat power would soar once again. In God's domain, fragmented legendary items were as rare as a phoenix's feather. It was an item that countless players dreamed of obtaining. Even during his previous 10 years of professional gaming experience, Shifeng had never owned one. Legendary items allowed players to overcome the gap between tiers. Although fragmented legendary items were not as powerful as legendary items, they were still far more powerful than epic items. If Shifeng could equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his combat power could reach the same playing field as a Tier 2 class. A Tier 2 class was in a whole different league compared to Tier 1. It was like the difference between a chieftain and a lord. Against a chieftain of the same level, a direct confrontation required at least a party of elite players. Against a lord, however, a direct confrontation required a team. Shifeng, as a Tier 1 Blade Saint, could solo a chieftain of the same level. However, he stood no chance against a lord of the same level unless he used some particular technique or advantage. After equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, however, Shifeng could contend with the 5 guilds controlled by Underworld by himself. He would not need to involve Zero Wing, allowing his core team to develop safely. After killing the 16 flame guards, everyone's levels had similarly risen. At this moment, the lowest leveled player among the 500 team members was level 24. They had far surpassed the average level of elite players in White River City and were on par with most of the expert players. Among the members of Zero Wing, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Cola and the others had reached level 26. Their levels were already on par with the top-tier experts of White River City. Hence, instead of wasting time and fighting a war of attrition with overwhelming Smile, they should take the opportunity to widen the gap between Zero Wing and the other guilds further. After all, if a newly established guild like Zero Wing wished to become the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom, they first needed sufficient combat power to strike fear into the other guilds' hearts. However, the loot the Flame Guards had dropped was the most valuable gain from the slaughter. While the crowd was taking a break, Shi Feng tidied up all of the loot. He also appraised every single drop. Although Shi Feng had expected the drops to be impressive, after he finished appraising the items, he could not contain his shock. Icarus's heart was truly a godly tool. With divine providence, they had obtained a total of 286 items from the 16 Flame Guards. Among the items, 105 were rare materials, 9 were individual pieces of the Warfire set equipment, 41 were level 25 mysterious iron equipment, 53 were level 25 secret silver equipment, 29 were level 25 fine gold equipment, 18 consisted of various recipes and forging designs, 15 were Tier 1 magic scrolls, 4 were Tier 2 magic scrolls, and 12 were treasure hunting scrolls. Currently, in God's domain, the average players were around level 20, whereas guild elites were around level 22. The dungeons they could raid were all level 20 dungeons. Hence, the equipment they could obtain was limited to level 20. It was extremely rare to come across level 25 weapons and equipment. In God's domain, weapons and equipment would significantly impact a player's performance every 5 levels. The attributes of a level 20 fine gold equipment were slightly inferior to a level 25 secret silver equipment. In other words, a player wearing level 25 fine gold equipment was stronger than a player wearing level 20 dark gold equipment. How rare was level 20 dark gold equipment? There were only very few items throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Yet, now, they had actually obtained 29 pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, which was the equivalent of obtaining 29 level 20 dark gold equipment. Furthermore, they had obtained the Warfire set equipment and treasure hunting scrolls, 2 of the rarest items available in White Fog Canyon. Currently, although players were familiar with the Warfire set equipment, almost nobody knew about the treasure hunting scroll. Although the scroll was not as valuable as a Tier 2 magic scroll, it was extremely useful inside the White Fog Canyon. The scroll's greatest function was searching for Starfire Oregon. It was extremely difficult to locate Starfire ore in White Fog Canyon. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to rely on his memories. With the treasure hunting scroll, however, he could locate the ore with the system map. The scroll had a search radius of 1,000 yards and lasted for 30 minutes. When searching for valuable ores, it was the best tool one could have. Luckily, even this dropped. Shi Feng chuckled lightly upon seeing the treasure hunting scrolls in his bag. However, when he swept a gaze over the individual pieces of the Warfire set equipment, he lamented as he muttered, "It would be awesome if I could complete the Warfire set equipment." Warfire set equipment, bronze rank can be evolved. Level 20, level 30. Can be equipped by any classes. Set consists of 7 parts, head, chest, belt, hands, wrists, legs, and feet. Set effect, bronze rank. 2-piece effect, all attributes plus 10. 4-piece effect, ignore levels plus 10. Obtain free will skill. Able to remove all control effects for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. 7-piece effect, main attribute increased by 10%. Skill cooldown decreased by 30%. Obtain Warfire Berserk skill. Damage increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%, and movement speed increased by 30% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The basic attributes of the Warfire set equipment were average at best. It was referred to as a level 30 peak fine gold set equipment was because of its set effects. In particular, the Free Will skill and Warfire Berserk skill were the main reason it ranked as peak fine gold set equipment. Although Shi Feng now had 9 individual pieces, there were duplicates for the head, hands, and leg slots. He was only missing the wrist pieces. The Warfire set equipment only reached its true value when it was complete. Following which, Shi Feng distributed the level 25 fine gold and secret silver equipment to Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Cola, and the other core members who had reached level 25. As for everyone else, they had yet to meet the level requirements and could not use any of the level 25 equipment. However, they had obtained the corresponding guild points. When they returned, they could exchange these guild points items in the guild's warehouse. Nobody argued Shi Feng's arrangements. After all, those who had contributed the most to the Flame Guard's deaths were Aqua Rose, the core members, and the healers. Everyone else had simply watched from the side, doing nothing at all. They were satisfied with receiving guild points. Moreover, even if Shi Feng had given some of the equipment to them, they could not equip it. Guild points were far more practical. Guild leader, where are we heading next? Aqua Rose had just replaced a few pieces of her equipment with the level 25 fine gold ranked cloth armor they had obtained, increasing her attributes significantly. Right now, she was itching to test her newfound strength. Are we going to look for more lords? No, we're going to the inner region to mine ores. Shi Feng smiled faintly as he took out a treasure hunting scroll. He then unfurled the gray scroll and chanted an incantation. Suddenly, several red dots appeared on Shi Feng's system map. Mine ores? Aqua Rose could not help but ask. Their team consisted of 500 elite players. Yet, they had not come here to grind and level up, but to mine ores? She was utterly speechless. You'll understand when the time comes, Shi Feng laughed. He then sent parties to the highlighted locations on the map. If he had a large stock of Starfire ore, he could mass-produce the fine gold ranked dragon scale set equipment for the guild. At that time, how could Overwhelming Smile compete with them? Chapter 430, Frantic Beginning. The inner region of White Fog Canyon was complex and densely covered by stone forests. After the meteorite shower, the fog inside the canyon had also grown thicker, lowering visibility to less than 30 yards. In addition, elite and special elite monsters would show up every now and then. If players entered the canyon without sufficient strength, they would easily lose their lives. However, danger and opportunity coexisted with each other, such as the precious Starfire ore could be found within the white fog. Shi Feng separated the team of 500 into multiple smaller teams, with each team consisting of 2 parties. That way, even if a team encountered a special elite, they could safely deal with it themselves. As the assassins possessed high survivability, Shi Feng allowed them to take independent action. Meanwhile, Shi Feng himself ran around the map, quickly recording the red dots that appeared in his system map and sending the coordinates to the various teams, having those closest mine the ore there. Within the inner region of White Fog Canyon, not all red dots represented the Starfire Oregon. There were actually many different types of ore. Hence, if Shi Feng wanted to harvest a large amount of Starfire ore, he needed a large amount of manpower. As expected of the undeveloped White Fog Canyon, there really are a lot of ore deposits. Shi Feng looked at the many red dots on his system map, joy blossoming in his heart. In the past, he had to spend over half an hour just to locate a single ore deposit. Even if he had discovered one, he would still have had to contest over it with other players. As for discovering a hidden ore deposit, one needed to be significantly lucky. He would have been fortunate if he had located 8 or 9 Starfire ore deposits in a day. Now, he was able to locate over 100 Starfire ore deposits in just half an hour. Players could excavate Starfire ore from Starfire ore deposits. As for how many pieces of ore one could acquire, it relied on the player's own luck and mining level, 1 or 2 pieces if the number was low, and 3 or 4 pieces if it was high. After several hours of hard work, Shifeng's team of 500 managed to secure over 1,000 starfire ore deposits and had amassed over 3,000 pieces of starfire ore, which was equivalent to over 30 gold. To Shifeng, however, the value of these 3,000 plus pieces of starfire ore far exceeded 30 gold. After using up the 12 treasure hunting scrolls, the team's speed at locating the starfire ore deposits gradually slowed. Even with 500 players continuously searching for the deposits, after an hour's worth of effort, they had only managed to harvest around 200 pieces of starfire ore again. However, Shifeng was still satisfied. The philosopher's stone he possessed allowed him to refine the starfire ore into starfire essence, free of charge. At that time, with so many starfire essences, his certainty of producing the level 20 dragon scale set equipment would greatly increase. Level 20 fine gold set equipment was precisely what the current players of God's domain needed and lacked the most. Currently, the majority of the player population were around level 20. If it were a level 25 set equipment, very few people would be able to equip it. Hence, the demand for it would also be low. If Shifeng produced a dragon scale set equipment, he could sell it for over 100 gold right now at the very least. People were only offering 80 gold to purchase the complete Warfire set because, currently, no one knew its true value. Moreover, even if someone managed to gather the full Warfire set equipment, it would initially start at bronze rank. They would have to sacrifice a lot of their EXP in order to raise it up to fine gold rank, hence why it was so cheap. In the past, the price of the Warfire set equipment had once soared up to 500 gold. Yet, even with such an astronomical price, supply failed to meet demand. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the members of Zero Wing had mined ore deposits in White Fog Canyon for 2 whole days, obtaining an abundant cache of ores. They had practically dug up every deposit in White Fog Canyon at least once, and the amount of starfire ore they gathered had exceeded 15,000 pieces. In addition, they had also obtained over 7,000 pieces of various other kinds of ore. During these 2 days, aside from mining ore deposits, everyone from Zero Wing had also killed plenty of Lord-ranked monsters. As long as one of the search parties encountered a solitary lord, they would immediately notify Shifeng of it and then kill it together. After 2 days, Zero Wing's team had managed to kill 22 lords. With Shifeng's divine providence, they managed to obtain a large number of level 25 equipment. Among them, most were secret silver and fine gold equipment. They had also obtained many Warfire set pieces. By now, they had enough to complete close to 3 sets. Unfortunately, none of the set pieces they obtained were meant for the wrist slot, which greatly depressed Shifeng. Shifeng had placed all the weapons and equipment they were unable to use in the guild's warehouse, instantly enriching its stores. When the other members of Zero Wing saw the large stock of level 25 equipment, they all grew excited. Enthusiasm filled every one of them as they actively completed guild quests and made contributions to the guild. Level 25 equipment was currently the pinnacle of equipment to God's domain players. Even before everyone had reached level 25, the guild had already prepared a large number of high-end level 25 equipment for themselves. This had extinguished the guild members' worries about obtaining level 25 equipment. Now, the only thing they needed to do was frantically accumulate guild points. By the time they reached level 25, they could simply exchange for the level 25 equipment. This point alone made Zero Wing superior to every other guild. The appearance of level 25 equipment in Zero Wing's warehouse had undoubtedly punched a big hole into Overwhelming Smile's poaching plan. Now, those who originally planned to defect from Zero Wing started hesitating. Although the benefits offered by Overwhelming Smile were very high, the equipment it possessed was unable to keep up with the times. Meanwhile, if their equipment fell behind, how would they hunt for even better equipment? How were they supposed to grind and level up quickly? Once behind, always behind. At this moment, many players who had previously defected from Zero Wing to Overwhelming Smile began regretting their decision. Just how did Zero Wing manage to get so many level 25 high-end equipment? I hear that a guy who was a lot weaker than me has already obtained a level 25 mysterious iron chest piece. As soon as he reaches level 25, he can replace the level 20 mysterious iron chest piece he is wearing. If I had known something like this would happen earlier, I would never have left Zero Wing. I might already have enough points to exchange for a level 25 secret silver equipment by now. I couldn't agree more. A guy I know who was previously about equal in strength with me is now very well off. When I chatted with him 6 hours ago, he told me that he had managed to accumulate enough points to exchange for a level 25 secret silver equipment. He is only level 22 right now. By the time he reaches level 25, he might accumulate enough points to exchange for 5 or 6 pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. In White River City, many of Overwhelming Smile's members started having heated discussions in the bars, sighing enviously. Why are all of you lauding the spirit of the enemy and belittling that of our own? The higher-ups of Overwhelming Smile have already sent people to investigate the source of Zero Wing's equipment. Soon, with our guild's strength, we can definitely obtain a large number of level 25 high-end equipment much more easily than Zero Wing. Zero Wing can only remain arrogant for now because all of our guild's core members are focused on raiding the Great Lord inside the ruined shrine. After they finish with it, not to mention level 25 fine gold equipment, we might even get dark gold or epic equipment. Many Overwhelming Smile members had expressed their disdain regarding Zero Wing's recent performances. They firmly believed that Overwhelming Smile was a lot stronger than Zero Wing. Meanwhile, inside White Fog Canyon, during their 2 days of grinding and mining, everyone from Zero Wing had leveled up quickly, with many having already reached level 25. Blackie had even broken through to level 27, whereas Aqua Rose and the other core members had risen to level 26. Violet Cloud had also reached level 25, replacing her level 20 equipment with level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Only Shifeng remained at level 24. He was still a short distance away from reaching level 25. However, this could not be helped. Shifeng and Violet Cloud were both owners of hidden classes, so the EXP they required to level up was much higher than the others. Shifeng required twice as much EXP as ordinary classes, whereas Violet Cloud required 1.6 times. Guild leader, we discovered a starfire or vein. However, we were suddenly ambushed by some assassins from Overwhelming Smile. Although our party managed to get rid of the 8 of them, 2 of our brothers were killed. Seeing that we are interested in the starfire ore, those bastards from Overwhelming Smile have sent 3 teams to guard the starfire ore vein. They are currently clearing out the surrounding monsters and are planning to mine the deposit, Flying Shadow reported, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. If not for the bastards from Overwhelming Smile outnumbering them, he really wished he could go over and massacre them right this instant. Chapter 431, Denounce. Beside one of the streams inside the White Fog Canyon, a team of over 100 players currently guarded the entrance of a mine. Each of these players wore a guild emblem in the shape of a purple moon on their chests. This was none other than Overwhelming Smile's guild emblem. At this moment, these players faced off against the 8 level 27 special elite ranked Flame Furbolgs that had emerged from within the mine. Flame Furbolg, Special Elite. Level 27. HP 70,000/70,000. Although the massive Flame Furbolgs were very powerful, the members of Overwhelming Smile fought with organization, continuously draining their enemies' HP. Boss Oriental, Zero Wing's party killed Monkey and the others, a level 23 grey-clothed ranger reported as he walked up to the level 24 swordsman who currently commanded the team. This level 24 swordsman was fully geared with level 20 secret silver equipment. The snake bone sword that hung on his back was even a level 20 fine gold weapon. Currently, in God's domain, his items were definitely top tier. That was 2 parties of elite assassins. A single party from Zero Wing actually wiped them out. Did Zero Wing receive help from someone else? The level 24 swordsman, Oriental Sword, asked. Although the assassin named Monkey was not an expert, he was a PvP veteran. He sported a promising battle record, and even experts would find him difficult to take down in a short amount of time. If he focused solely on his escape, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Oriental Sword had not expected that not even one assassin would return. The only possibility he could think of was that Monkey and the others had been outnumbered and surrounded. No. There was only a single party from Zero Wing. However, the assassin leading the team was a level 26 expert, the ranger said, shaking his head. Was it that fire dance from Zero Wing? Oriental Sword grinned. Before I reached White River City, I had heard rumors of Fire Dance's prowess. Some are even calling her the Flaming Rose. Originally, I thought she was merely one of Black Flame's decorations. I expected as much from the team leader of Zero Wing's core team. Not bad. She isn't the one who killed Monkey. That assassin was a man called Flying Shadow. Monkey had only lasted 5 moves against him. Of the 12 players in the 2 parties, 8 had died at that man's hands. There was no mention of a person named Flying Shadow in any of the reports we had received. The ranger was very familiar with Oriental Sword's personality. Oriental Sword was absolutely confident of his own strength, and he would never consider anyone a worthy opponent. He loved PvPing more than anything, especially against experts. He was a complete battle maniac. However, he was also one of Overwhelming Smile's top experts, which was why he had been sent to White River City. If not for the higher-ups prohibiting anyone from challenging Zero Wing, Oriental Sword might have been the first to launch an assault against the guild. Flying Shadow. This seems intriguing. Oriental Sword's interest grew. Ignore Zero Wing's party. Since Monkey and the others had failed to kill them, they would definitely report back to their superiors. There is only one thing we need to focus on, and that is mining the ores inside this cave. Boss Oriental, will our skirmish with Zero Wing cause an all-out war between our guilds? Haven't the higher-ups warned us not to create any friction with them? The ranger asked strangely. Recently, Zero Wing has been mining ores in White Fog Canyon. Their movements are unusual. In addition, they have somehow managed to obtain a lot of level 25 equipment. There might be a relation between these incidents. Our superiors agree, it doesn't matter if a small conflict occurs. So what if we ambush those cowards from Zero Wing? What will they do to us? Do you think they will start a war? Don't be a fool. Since Zero Wing had not declared war on us when Overwhelming Smile started investing in White River City, they missed their best chance. If they start a war now, they will only gamble their lives. However, I, on the other hand, hope that Zero Wing takes action. Unfortunately, they don't have the guts. Oriental Sword laughed as he resumed commanding his team, wiping out the flame furbolgs inside the mine. Before anyone noticed, however, a party of 6 had appeared in the misty forest a short distance from the mine. This party disregarded the team of over 100 elite players under Oriental Sword's leadership, walking leisurely towards the mine. Guild leader, I've discovered the mine after using a treasure hunting scroll. I've even used stealth and scouted its interior. It is full of starfire ore deposits. If we excavate them all, we can get at least 300 to 400 starfire ore, Flying Shadow said as he pointed towards the cave that Oriental Sword and his men guarded. However, after I left, we were ambushed by assassins from Overwhelming Smile. Although I tried to rescue them, I was too late, resulting in 2 of my party members dying. Overwhelming Smile has since occupied the cave. Shifeng nodded before commanding, Violet, go and revive the 2 who died. Everyone else, let's take a look. Following which, Violet Cloud ran over to where the two players had died as Shifeng led Aqua Rose, Blackie, Fire Dance, and Flying Shadow towards Oriental Sword. Shifeng's movements had undoubtedly attracted the attention of Overwhelming Smile's team. The fellows from Zero Wing are kind of interesting. Oriental Sword grinned upon seeing Shifeng and the others. Boss Oriental, that level 24 swordsman is Black Flame. The two beauties by his side are the Elementalist Aqua Rose and the Assassin Fire Dance. The Cursemancer is Zero Wing's famous expert, Blackie, and that male assassin is the person who killed Monkey and the others, Flying Shadow. The ranger beside Oriental Sword briefly introduced the members of Shifeng's group. Black Flame's arrival surprised every member of Overwhelming Smile. Black Flame's fame was truly too immense. He was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. There was nobody in White River City who had not witnessed Black Flame's battle videos. Killing every player with a single hit, he had massacred over 100 Dark Star members. He suppressed more than 10,000 players with his aura alone, causing all of them to freeze. In the end, he even escaped unharmed. Guild leader Black Flame, what brings you here today, I wonder? Oriental Sword asked playfully as he smirked at Shifeng. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Today, you sent your men to ambush members of our guild. Now, you've occupied the mine that we found after much difficulty. Don't you think that you've gone a little overboard? Shifeng asked calmly. Although Shifeng's voice had been soft, his overbearing tone intimidated the crowd from Overwhelming Smile. Overboard? Oriental Sword laughed madly. 12 of my men died. I have not even asked for compensation, yet you come here to denounce me. Since you're here, we can use this opportunity to discuss compensation. I don't want much. Just pay me 100 gold per person for a total of 1,200 gold. How about it? Mockery filled Oriental Sword's expression. He believed that Shifeng was a complete fool. With just 5 players, Shifeng had dared come into his territory looking for trouble. At this stage of the game, players' levels were no longer insignificantly low. Their equipment was decent quality, and they had learned many skills. It was not possible to kill a player with a single hit anymore. Currently, he had close to 150 players on his side, and they were all elite members of the guild. They were also level 22 or higher, and they possessed impressive combat power. They could easily take out 50 players, much less 5. Chapter 432, One-Hit Extermination. Upon listening to Oriental Sword's words, a cold glint flashed across Shifeng's eyes. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere froze. What? Want to fight? Although Oriental Sword could feel a heavy pressure enveloping him, his confidence did not waver. He then unsheathed the long sword hung on his back, provocatively saying, "Come if you can, then. Seeing as everyone out there is calling you a god, I really wish to see just what kind of ability you possess." When Oriental Sword spoke in such a way, everyone from Overwhelming Smile sneered, secretly making preparations for battle. With 150 players on their side, it would be a piece of cake for them to take care of just 5 players. They were different from those noobs Black Flame had massacred before. They would not easily be defeated just because their skills were silenced. After learning and training in God's domain for such a long time, they had long since familiarized themselves with the combat styles of the game. Right now, they had no problems fighting solo with an elite monster. Although a handful of them might not be a match for Black Flame, if all 150 of them stood sparsely apart from each other and attacked together, they did not believe that Black Flame could walk out of this place alive. However, before the crowd from Overwhelming Smile could react, Shifeng, who stood 10 yards away, suddenly disappeared. Where is he? Oriental Sword's eyes were filled with disbelief when he suddenly lost sight of Shifeng. A swordsman could actually suddenly vanish from thin air. Even assassins required some time to enter stealth. Not to mention Oriental Sword, even Aqua Rose and the others were stunned. Shi Feng had just suddenly disappeared. Did he log off? The only reasoning Aqua Rose could come up with was that Shi Feng had logged out of the game. However, when she checked the list of party members, Shi Feng's status showed that he was still online, his name did not turn gray. However, before 1 second had passed, Shi Feng suddenly reappeared beside Oriental Sword. Following which, blades of light slashed apart the air, silently cutting up Oriental Sword's body. Before Oriental Sword knew what was going on, he suddenly felt pain bloom in his body. In the next moment, he saw blood gushing out like a waterfall in front of him. What's going on? Oriental Sword touched the wounds covering his body, confused. Suddenly, his body lost all strength as it slumped down onto the ground. Laying on the ground, Oriental Sword saw Shi Feng through his great vision. He also saw the abyssal blade grasped in Shi Feng's hand, fresh blood slowly dripping off the weapon. The blood dripped to the ground as if it were a countdown to death. How? Even at his moment of death, Oriental Sword still could not believe what had just happened. He, a top-tier expert of Overwhelming Smile, had actually died without a chance to respond. After Oriental Sword died, everyone from Overwhelming Smile who was originally feeling confident halted. They simply could not comprehend what had just happened. Shi Feng had just suddenly disappeared, before reappearing once again beside Oriental Sword. Immediately after, blood gushed out from Oriental Sword's body. Simultaneously, a damage of -4,368 points appeared above the man's head, the damage completely exceeding the swordsman's total HP. Oriental Sword's sudden death had struck fear into the crowd from Overwhelming Smile. The gaze they used to look at Shi Feng was as if looking at a ferocious beast. When Shi Feng's eyes landed on them, they felt as if they had lost control of their own bodies. Bug! This must be a bug, a player from Overwhelming Smile suddenly shouted in fright. He must have grasped a loophole in the system. Let's send feedback to the main god system right now. We'll see what he can do then. Everyone present felt that those words sounded logical. Otherwise, how were they supposed to explain this unbelievable incident? Hence, everyone started sending reports to the main god system. Only by doing so would they possess a chance for survival. Guild leader couldn't have abused a bug, right? Aqua Rose could not make sense of the situation either. She was similarly shocked by the scene she had just witnessed. The main god system controlled God's domain. It was simply impossible for such a glaring loophole to exist in the game. Yet, if it was not a loophole, how could they explain the situation before them? Of course it is not a loophole in the system. Guild leader is the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. Previously, he had simply used an advanced combat technique. These people are simply too ignorant, Fire Dance said proudly, a faint smile on her face. She spoke as if she were the one who had personally finished off Oriental Sword. Within the ruined shrine in the inner region of White Fog Canyon, a large number of guild players had gathered. Among them, members of Overwhelming Smile numbered the most, with over 5,000 members present. There were a large number of monsters inside the ruined shrine. Moreover, a majority of these monsters were special elites. Among them were plenty of chieftains. The monsters here ranged from level 24 to level 27. To the current elite members of guilds, it was a level that they could barely handle. If not for the fact that they had the advantage in numbers, they would have long since been wiped out by the monsters inside the ruined shrine. Damn! The monsters here are endless. They're even more troublesome than the battle monkeys before. Lone Tyrant said, somewhat exhausted. Currently, he was going up against a level 27 chieftain, a goblin warrior. Despite the goblin warrior being twice as large as an ordinary player, it was quite agile. In addition, the hammer it wielded contained frightening, destructive power. Even a tier 1 metric ton of the same level would find it difficult to endure its series of violent assaults, much less Lone Tyrant, who was only a level 25 tier 0 guardian knight. Although Lone Tyrant possessed impressive techniques, his dodging capabilities being first-rate, the Goblin Warrior also possessed powerful combat techniques. Whenever the Goblin Warrior attacked Lone Tyrant, it would always predict where Lone Tyrant would dodge and take that into account in its attack, forcing Lone Tyrant to accept the damage. Moreover, every time he received an attack from the Goblin Warrior's hammer, his defensive posture would always fail. This resulted in him being unable to use his shield to block the next attack, and instead, he received the attack with his body. From just a single strike of its hammer, Lone Tyrant received close to -1,300 damage. Lone Tyrant only possessed 4,520 HP, he could endure 4 hits, at most. If he were only dealing with a single Goblin Warrior, Lone Tyrant would not end up in such a miserable state. However, aside from the Goblin Warrior, there were also many Goblin Mages at the sides. These Goblin Mages were all level 26 special elites. They bombarded players with ice and fire, and any players struck by their spells would instantly lose around 1,700 HP. Other than MTs, nobody else could survive 2 hits. Within the ruined shrine, aside from the members of Overwhelming Smile having a hard time, the other guilds were similarly facing great difficulties. The monsters inside the ruined shrine were simply endless. No matter how many they killed, the monsters just kept coming. Without sufficient strength, they simply had no way of reaching the level 25 Great Lord in a short amount of time, let alone raiding it. Before Overwhelming Smile had finished off the monsters at hand, another wave of goblins charged over. Suddenly, everyone from Overwhelming Smile felt a headache overcome them. Cursemancers, cripple them. Elementalists, use ice walls and separate the incoming monsters. Rangers, lure some away and kite them, do not let the pressure on the MTs increase. Yulan immediately shouted in the team chat. Immediately, the elites of Overwhelming Smile started taking action, luring the goblins away and letting the MTs take a breather. Lone Tyrant could not help but send a glance at the charming and graceful Yulan. Inwardly, he felt displeasure towards the woman. He was actually required to listen to her commands. However, he also had no choice but to admit that Yulan was indeed amazing. They were only able to reach their current location thanks to Yulan. Otherwise, they would not have been able to pass through the battle monkeys. Even if they could, they would have had to suffer immense losses. Take Emperor's Light and the Assassin's Alliance for example, since entering White Fog Canyon, their total numbers had already decreased by a quarter. Meanwhile, under Yulan's command, Overwhelming Smile was able to advance through White Fog Canyon easily. Along their way to the ruined shrine, they had only lost a small number of players. Shortly after Overwhelming Smile cleared out all the goblins, Yulan received a message. After reading the message, her expression turned grim. Lone Tyrant could feel Yulan's mood suddenly changing, and he could not help but ask, what happened? After spending some time together, Lone Tyrant had a general grasp on this woman. She was always calm and collected. Even in the face of several Lord-ranked monsters, she would remain unfazed. Yet, now, after seeing a single message, her expression had turned solemn. How could Lone Tyrant not grow curious at this situation? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.